This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. The first time I heard it, I was cutting down an old oak tree. Just another day at work, or so I thought. I've been a lumberjack for 20 years, but nothing prepared me for what happened in that remote forest. I remember the exact moment. It was 6:43 a.m. on a Tuesday in October. The sun hadn't fully risen yet. The air was cold enough to see my breath. I was alone, just like every other day for the past 5 years since I took this job in the northern wilderness. The nearest town was 40 miles away. The nearest person was probably even further. I started my chainsaw. The familiar roar echoed through the valley. Nothing unusual about that. Sound carries far in these hills. I made the first cut into the oak's trunk. Sawdust sprayed onto my boots. The tree was thick, probably 200 years old. My chainsaw struggled against the dense wood. Then I heard it. Not the normal echo of my chainsaw. Something else. A voice. My voice. "Hello?" I called out, shutting off the chainsaw. The echo came back wrong. Instead of repeating "hello," it said, "I see you." I dropped the chainsaw. My hands were shaking. The words had come from somewhere in the gorge behind me, bouncing off the cliff faces. But that's not how echoes work. Everyone knows that. "Who's there?" I shouted. "You know who," the voice replied. My voice, but deeper, colder. I grabbed my chainsaw and walked back to my truck. The gravel crunched under my boots. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I told myself it was just my imagination. Too many hours alone in the woods. Maybe I needed a vacation. The next day I came back. Had to. This was my job. The oak was still there, the cut in its trunk a fresh wound in the bark. I fired up the chainsaw again, worked for about an hour without incident. The sun climbed higher. Birds flew overhead. Normal forest sounds. Then, "You shouldn't have come back." My voice again, but wrong. Like someone trying to imitate me but getting the tone slightly off. It came from everywhere and nowhere at once. "This isn't funny," I yelled. My real voice cracked. "If someone's out there, show yourself." Silence. Just the wind in the trees. I finished cutting down the oak. Worked fast, constantly looking over my shoulder. Every snapping twig made me jump. Every shadow seemed to move. It got worse over the next few weeks. The voice became clearer, stronger. It started saying things I was thinking before I could say them out loud. "This tree's going to be trouble." The echo would say it just as I was assessing a particularly gnarled pine. "Need to sharpen the blade soon." The words would bounce off the cliffs right as I noticed my chainsaw getting dull. I started talking to myself more, trying to prove I was still in control of my own voice. Big mistake. The echo learned from everything I said, started using my own words against me. One morning I muttered, "I hate this job." The echo came back, "You hate yourself." I said, "Shut up." It replied, "Make me." I stopped talking altogether, worked in silence for 3 days straight. The echo got angry. It started screaming in the middle of my cuts. Not words anymore, just rage. My rage. All the anger and frustration I'd bottled up over years of solitude came pouring back at me from the gorge. I couldn't sleep. Every night I lay in my cabin hearing my own voice whisper from the woods. It told me things about myself I never wanted to admit, how I drove everyone away, how I chose this isolated job because I was afraid of people, how the loneliness was eating me alive. After a month I cracked. Drove to town and tried to quit. My boss wouldn't accept it. Said I was the only one willing to work this remote section. Offered me a raise. I took it. The money was good, and what else was I going to do? I'd spent 20 years learning one skill, so I went back. The echo was waiting. "Welcome home," it said when I stepped out of my truck. I ignored it, worked through the morning. The voice got louder, more insistent, started describing exactly what I was doing, moment by moment. "You're favoring your right leg. Old injury acting up again. You're getting tired, making mistakes, going to hurt yourself soon." I revved the chainsaw to drown it out. Didn't help. The voice cut through every sound. "Remember when you almost lost that finger? Remember the blood? Want to see it again?" My hands were shaking. Sweat soaked through my shirt despite the cold. The chainsaw slipped, nearly catching my boot. I shut it off. "Getting clumsy," the echo taunted, "just like your father before the accident." That broke me. I ran to the edge of the gorge and screamed into the void. "Stop it! Just stop!" The echo went quiet for a long moment. Then it came back, soft and clear as a winter morning. "I already stopped. You're the one who started." My knees gave out. I sat there in the dirt, heart hammering, breath coming in short gasps. Because it was right. The voice wasn't coming from the gorge anymore. It was coming from inside my head. Had been all along. I looked down at my hands. They were covered in cuts and scars I didn't remember getting. My watch showed 3:17 p.m. Last I checked, it had been morning. I turned to my work area. 6 trees were down. The job site was cleaned up. Tools put away. I'd been working for hours but couldn't remember any of it. "We're very efficient together," my voice said. Not an echo now, just a thought. My thought. Or what was left of my thoughts. I drove home that night, packed my things, left a note for my boss, some bullshit about a family emergency. The echo laughed at that. "What family?" it asked. "They all left years ago. We're all we have now." I hit the gas hard, flying down the mountain roads. The voice followed me every mile. That was 2 years ago. I work construction now, in the city, around people. The echo doesn't like it here. Too much noise, too many other voices. It's still there, but quieter, more distant. Sometimes at night I dream about the gorge. In the dreams I'm standing at the edge, shouting into the void. But there's no echo anymore, just silence. And somehow that's worse, because now I know the truth. There never was an echo, just the sound of my own mind fracturing in the wilderness, just the voice I'd been running from all along, finally catching up to me. I still work with wood sometimes, small projects in my garage, and sometimes, when I'm alone with the sawdust and the smell of fresh-cut lumber, I hear it, faint but clear. My voice, but not my voice, whispering from the shadows, "Welcome home." I don't run anymore, don't fight it, just nod and keep working. Because the echo was right about one thing, we're all we have now. Might as well learn to live with it. The doctors have their theories. Isolation psychosis, they call it. Say it happens sometimes to people who spend too long alone. They gave me pills. They help most days. But sometimes, in the quiet moments between midnight and dawn, I wonder if it really was all in my head. Wonder if something in that ancient gorge found my voice and decided to keep it. Wonder if it's still there, waiting for the next lonely soul to wander into its territory. I could go back, find out for sure. The road's still there, the trees are still waiting to be cut. But I won't, because I'm afraid of what I might hear, not the echo, my own voice welcoming me home. The GPS said I had 4 hours left on my route. That was 12 hours ago. I'm still driving. It started as a normal overnight haul from Phoenix to Las Vegas. I've done this run hundreds of times. The The desert highway at night is usually empty except for the occasional car or fellow trucker. I know every gas station, every mile marker, every bend in the road. That's why I noticed when things started repeating. The clock on my dashboard showed 2:17 a.m. when I first passed Pete's Gas and Go. Old place, neon sign flickering in the dark. Half the letters burnt out. A single car parked under the fluorescent lights. Normal sight for this stretch of highway. An hour later, I passed Pete's Gas and Go again. Same flickering sign. Same car under the lights. Same broken asphalt in the parking lot. My GPS showed I was still on track, heading north on Interstate 93. But that wasn't possible. Pete's was 40 miles behind me. I checked my fuel gauge, 3/4 full. Plenty of gas. My logbook showed I'd been driving for 6 hours, everything normal except for what my eyes were telling me. Must be another Pete's, I said out loud. My voice sounded wrong in the quiet cab. Probably a chain, but I knew it wasn't. Pete's was independent, had been there 30 years, no other locations. I kept driving. The desert stretched out on both sides, black against the starlit sky. Cacti and scrub brush cast long shadows in my headlights. Normal desert night. Then I saw the rock formation, 3 pillars of red sandstone jutting up from the desert floor. I'd passed it 2 hours ago. According to my GPS, I was still heading north on I-93. My hands tightened on the steering wheel, knuckles white under the green glow of the dashboard lights. The GPS screen showed my position, the blue line of my route stretching ahead. Everything looked right, but it wasn't right. I grabbed my phone, no signal. Tried the CB radio, static. The clock showed 3:45 a.m. when I passed Pete's Gas and Go for the 3rd time. Same flickering sign, same car, same moment frozen in time like a photograph I couldn't drive away from. My heart was pounding now. Sweat beaded on my forehead despite the AC running full blast. I'd been driving trucks for 20 years. Never had anything like this happen. I pulled over. The engine idled. Diesel rumble familiar and wrong at the same time. The GPS recalculated my route. Still showed I-93 north. Still said 4 hours to Las Vegas. I got out. The desert air hit me like a slap, cold and dry. Stars wheeled overhead, too bright, too close. The highway stretched out in both directions, black ribbon disappearing into darkness. Back in the cab, I pulled up Google Maps on my phone. No signal, but the offline maps still worked. They showed the same thing as the GPS. I-93 north, 4 hours to Vegas. I turned off the GPS, unplugged it. The screen went dark, back on the road. I drove by memory now. North was north. Vegas was north. Simple. The rock formation appeared again. 3 pillars against the stars. My hands were shaking. The fuel gauge showed 3/4 full, same as hours ago. The engine temperature was normal. Oil pressure normal. Everything normal, except I was driving in circles on a straight road. I tried turning around, found a break in the median, executed a perfect 3-point turn with my rig, headed south now, back to Phoenix. An hour later, Pete's Gas and Go appeared ahead of me. I slammed the brakes. The truck shuddered, tires screaming on asphalt. Came to a stop 50 yards from the station. Same flickering sign, same car, same moment. The dashboard clock showed 2:17 a.m. I started laughing, couldn't stop. The sound bounced around the cab, hysteria rising in my throat like bile. When I got control of myself, I made a decision. I was going to stop at Pete's, talk to whoever was working, figure out what the hell was happening. I pulled into the parking lot. Gravel crunched under my tires. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, moths dancing in the pale glow. The car parked at the pump was empty. A red Toyota Camry, maybe 10 years old. Driver's door slightly open. No one inside. The station's windows were dark, no lights inside, no movement. I walked to the door, locked, peered through the glass. Empty aisles stretched into darkness. No clerk behind the counter. Back in my truck, I sat with the engine running. The clock on my phone showed 2:17 a.m. The clock on the dashboard showed 2:17 a.m. My watch showed 2:17 a.m. I pulled out my logbook, started writing everything down. Times, locations, what I was seeing. The pen shook in my hand, ink splotching the paper. When I looked up, the rock formation was visible in my mirrors. 3 pillars against the stars. Behind me now, when it should have been 40 miles north. I started driving again. What else could I do? The GPS was still off, but the road was still there, still straight, still heading north, or what I thought was north. The sun should have risen by now. The clock said I'd been driving for over 12 hours, but the stars didn't move. The darkness didn't lift. I tried the radio. Every station played static except one. It played the same 5 seconds of a song over and over. I recognized it. I Can't Drive 55 by Sammy Hagar. Just the chorus, cutting off at the same point each time. I turned it off. The fuel gauge still showed 3/4 full. The engine temperature was still normal. The odometer hadn't moved in hours. I passed Pete's Gas and Go again, and again, and again, each time exactly the same, each time at 2:17 a.m. Somewhere around the 10th pass, I noticed something new. The map on my dashboard was changing. Not the digital GPS map, that was still off. The physical map tucked into the sun visor. I pulled over and took it out, unfolded it under the dome light. The roads were wrong. Interstate 93 wasn't where it should be. It curved and twisted across the paper like a snake, looping back on itself in impossible ways. As I watched, the lines shifted. Highways redrew themselves. Cities moved. Names changed. I reached out to touch the moving lines. The moment my finger made contact, that section of the map vanished. Just disappeared, leaving blank paper behind. I dropped the map. It floated to the floor, highways still crawling across its surface like living things. Back on the road. What else could I do? The truck had become my whole world, the highway my only reality. I started talking to myself, reciting facts I knew were true. My name is David Miller. I drive for Southwest Trucking. I'm hauling electronics to Las Vegas. It's October 12th. I left Phoenix at 8 p.m. The words felt hollow in the quiet cab. The rock formation appeared again. 3 pillars against the unchanging stars. Pete's Gas and Go. 2:17 a.m. I'd stopped checking the clocks, stopped looking at the fuel gauge, stopped trying to make sense of any of it. Just drove. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. Time had stopped meaning anything. Then I saw something new, a sign I hadn't seen before. Rest area, 1 mile. My hands were trembling as I took the exit. The rest area was small, just a parking lot and a bathroom building, empty except for one other truck. I parked next to it, same model as mine, same company colors, same license plate number. I got out slowly, walked to the other truck on shaking legs. The cab was empty, the engine was running, the logbook was open on the passenger seat. My handwriting covered the pages, the same notes I'd written hours ago, or minutes ago, or years ago. I ran back to my truck. The logbook was gone, back on the highway. The rest area vanished in my mirrors like it had never existed. Rock formation, Pete's Gas and Go, 2:17 a.m. I started seeing other things in my mirrors, other trucks, other me's, all following the same endless road. The maps on my dashboard kept changing. Roads appeared and disappeared when I looked at them. Cities moved like pieces on a game board. I've been driving for a long time now. Hours or days or years, I can't tell anymore. The fuel gauge still shows 3/4 full. The engine temperature is still normal. The stars haven't moved. I keep passing Pete's Gas and Go, keep seeing the rock formation, keep watching 2:17 a.m. roll around again and again. Sometimes I think about stopping, about walking into the desert and leaving the truck behind. But I know what I'll find out there. More road, more nights, more versions of myself driving endless circles on a straight highway. So I keep driving. The GPS is still off, but sometimes I catch glimpses of the screen in the dark, the blue line of my route twisting into impossible shapes before disappearing. 4 hours to Las Vegas, it says. It's always 4 hours to Las Vegas. I should be there by 2:17 a.m. The first footsteps came at 12:03 a.m., clear and sharp on the empty platform. The problem was, there was nobody there. I'd been working as a night watchman at the abandoned Valley Station for 3 weeks. Easy job, they said. Just monitor the security cameras, do hourly rounds, make sure no one breaks in. The station had been closed for 7 years. The tracks were rusted. The platforms were crumbling. Nothing moved here except rats and pigeons. Until tonight. I sat in the watchman's booth, a small glass box suspended above platform 3. Banks of old security monitors lined the walls. Most showed static. A few still worked, displaying grainy black and white feeds of empty corridors and abandoned platforms. The footsteps came again. Heel-toe, heel-toe. Someone walking with purpose. I checked monitor 6, platform 3, right below me. Empty. The station's fluorescent lights flickered, casting strange shadows. The air smelled like dust and old metal. My coffee had gone cold in its styrofoam cup. More footsteps. Closer now. I could hear the distinct click of hard-soled shoes on concrete. I grabbed my flashlight and radio, standard issue, like my blue uniform and badge. The radio crackled with static when I keyed it. Base, this is Martinez at Valley Station. Anyone copy? Static. The footsteps stopped directly beneath my booth. I looked down through the glass floor. Nothing there, just old cigarette butts and dead leaves on the platform. My hands were sweating. The flashlight beam shook when I pointed it at the platform. Then the lights started, first in an old passenger car, rusted and graffitied, sitting dead on track 4. A warm yellow glow, like someone had turned on the interior lights. But those lights hadn't worked in years. The power had been cut when they closed the station. More lights, platform indicators blinking to life, red and green signals along the tracks. The big arrival board above platform 1 flickering, trying to display information through years of dirt and decay. I keyed the radio again. Base, I've got some kind of electrical malfunction at Valley Station. Need maintenance to check it out. The radio squealed. Through the static, I heard a voice. Not Base. Someone else. Train 23117 now arriving on platform 3. It was the old station announcement system. But that was impossible. The speakers had been dead for years. The announcement repeated. A woman's voice, crisp and professional. Like no time had passed since the station's last day of operation. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Sweat ran down my back despite the cold. I checked the monitors again. Still empty platforms, still abandoned tracks. But the footsteps had returned. Multiple sets now. The sound of a crowd moving through the station. I looked down. The platform was full of people. No, not people. Shapes. Transparent figures moving like a crowd of commuters. Business suits and briefcases. Women in heels. A man reading a newspaper as he walked. I could see right through them to the concrete platform below. The radio crackled again. Different voice this time. Mail. Official. Attention all personnel. Train 23117 is 7 years behind schedule. Repeat. Train 23117 is 7 years behind schedule. The phantom crowd turned to look up at my booth. Dozens of faces, features blurred like old photographs. I dropped the radio. It clattered on the glass floor. The temperature dropped. My breath came out in white clouds. The windows of the booth frosted over in seconds. Movement on monitor 2 caught my eye. The employee locker room. The lockers were opening one by one, papers spilling out, employee files. I ran. Down the metal stairs from the booth, through the maintenance corridor, into the locker room. Files covered the floor, ID badges, time cards, employment records. I picked one up. The photo showed a middle-aged man in a conductor's uniform. Name, Robert Chen. Status, missing. Date, tomorrow's date. Another file, Sarah Martinez. Missing. Tomorrow's date. Another, James Wilson. Missing. Tomorrow's date. Hundreds of files, all marked missing, all dated tomorrow. The transparent crowd had followed me. They stood in the doorway, watching. Their faces were clearer now. I recognized them from the ID photos in the files at my feet. The station announcement system crackled. Final boarding call for train 2317. All personnel must board. No exceptions. The crowd moved towards me, through me. The cold was unbearable. My fingers were turning blue. I ran again, through maintenance corridors, past empty offices. The phantom crowd followed, their footsteps echoing on every surface. Back to the booth. I slammed the door, grabbed the radio. Base, emergency. I need immediate backup at Valley Station. The station announcement cut through the static. Attention Night Watchman Martinez. Your shift began 7 years ago. You are required to clock out. The monitors flickered. One by one, they showed the same image. My own face, my ID photo. Name, Sarah Martinez. Status, missing date, tomorrow. The phantom crowd surrounded the booth. Faces pressed against the glass. Hands reached through the walls. The station lights went out. All except one. A bright point of light growing in the tunnel at the end of Platform 3. Train 2317 was arriving, 7 years late. I heard the sound of rusted wheels on ancient tracks, felt the vibration through the glass floor. The train emerged from the tunnel. It was transparent like the crowd. Light poured from its windows. The booth door opened. Cold air rushed in. All aboard, the station announcement said. My supervisor's voice. End of shift, Martinez. The crowd parted, made a path to the train. I found my ID badge in my pocket, looked at the photo, through it. I could see the platform below. The train doors opened with a ghostly hiss. I walked down the stairs, across the platform. My footsteps echoed. Heel toe, heel toe. The next night, watchmen would find my badge on the platform, would see my file in the locker room, would hear the footsteps at 12:03 a.m. But I had a train to catch, 7 years behind schedule. I stepped through the doors, joined the crowd of missing employees, took my seat by a window. The doors closed. The train began to move. Through the ghostly glass, I watched my booth, saw the lights come back on, saw the new night watchman take his position. His badge glinted under the fluorescent lights. Name, David Chen. Status, working date, tomorrow. The train entered the tunnel. The station vanished behind us. We had a schedule to keep. 7 years to catch up on. Somewhere in the darkness ahead, I heard footsteps. Heel toe, walking toward tomorrow's shift. The wallet wasn't mine, but the photo inside was. I'm sure of that. I was staring at my own face next to my home address in a stranger's wallet. And when I looked in the rearview mirror, He was back there, smiling. It started as a normal ride, Thursday night around 11 p.m. I'd been driving for rideshare for 6 months. The pickup was in the business district. Empty streets, most offices closed for the night. The app pinged. Marcus T 5-star rating, 3-minute pickup. I pulled up to the curb. A man in a black suit stood under the streetlight, tall, thin, face hidden in shadow. He got in the back seat without a word. I checked the app. Destination was 45 minutes away, in the suburbs. Evening, I said. No response. I pulled away from the curb. The man sat directly behind me. I could see him in the rearview mirror, just his outline in the dark. The radio was playing low, top 40 hits. The man didn't move, didn't speak, just watched me through the mirror. 20 minutes into the ride, I noticed his eyes. They didn't blink, just fixed on mine in the mirror. My hands were getting sweaty on the steering wheel. The car felt too small, too quiet. I tried the radio, static on every station. Must be some interference, I said. My voice sounded wrong in the silence. The man smiled. First movement I'd seen from him. His teeth were very white in the darkness. 30 minutes in. We were on the highway now. Few other cars. The streetlights made orange pools on the empty asphalt. I checked the mirror again. The man was leaning forward slightly, still smiling, still staring. My heart was pounding. Sweat ran down my back. The car's AC was on full blast, but I felt hot. The GPS said 15 minutes to destination, a residential address on Oak Street. I took the exit. The suburbs were dark. Most houses had their lights off. 10 minutes out. The man hadn't moved, hadn't blinked, just that fixed smile in the mirror. 5 minutes. My hands were shaking on the wheel. The GPS announced, "Arriving at destination." I pulled up to a dark house, 2-story, well-kept lawn, no lights on. "Here we are," I said. My voice cracked. The man didn't move. I turned around. The back seat was empty. My heart nearly stopped. Cold sweat broke out on my forehead. Something caught my eye. A wallet on the back seat. Black leather, expensive. "Sir, you forgot your—" I stopped. The back seat was empty. The street was empty. I picked up the wallet. The leather was cold to the touch. Inside, a driver's license. My photo, my name, my address. But the issue date was tomorrow. A credit card. My name again. Expiration date, 50 years from now. A business card. Black background, white text. Marcus T. Temporal Acquisitions, your future is our business. My hands were shaking so bad I dropped the wallet. It hit the floor mat with a thud that seemed too loud. I looked in the rearview mirror. He was there, in the back seat, smiling. I screamed, jumped out of the car, ran to the sidewalk. Through the windows, I could see the back seat was empty again. My phone buzzed, the rideshare app. "Rate your passenger, Marcus T." 5 stars were already selected. I couldn't change them. Another notification. Payment received $1,000. The amount blinked once and disappeared, replaced by the normal fare, $47.50. I got back in the car, had to. This was my job. The wallet was gone from the floor. I checked my own wallet. Everything normal. My current license, my current cards. The rearview mirror showed an empty back seat. I started driving home, took back roads, kept checking the mirror. Empty, 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 then not empty. He was there again, still smiling. I slammed the brakes. The car skidded to a stop. Empty back seat. My phone buzzed. Text message from an unknown number. "See you tomorrow. MT." I drove straight to the police station, told them everything. They checked the cameras in my car. No passenger visible in any footage. Checked the ride-share records. No ride matching that description. Checked the address I'd dropped him at. House had been empty for years. They told me to go home, get some rest, file a formal report in the morning if I still wanted to. I drove home, parked in my driveway, sat there with the engine running, checked the mirror one last time. Empty. Went inside, double-locked the doors, checked all the windows, tried to sleep, couldn't. At 3 a.m., my phone buzzed. Rideshare app. New regulations require drivers to display current photo ID at all times. I got up, checked my wallet. The license with tomorrow's date was there. My face, my address, everything correct except the date. I ran to the bathroom, looked in the mirror. He was behind me, smiling. I spun around. Empty bathroom, back to the mirror. Just my face, but different. Older, tired. My phone buzzed again. Rideshare app. Your shift starts in 1 hour. The mirror showed movement behind me, a tall figure in a black suit. I didn't turn around this time, just watched in the mirror as he stepped closer. His smile was my smile now. His eyes were my eyes. Time to work, he said. My voice, but wrong. I'm still driving. Different car, different app, different city. But the mirror never shows an empty back seat anymore. And sometimes late at night, I pick up a passenger who looks familiar, young, scared. I sit directly behind them, watch them in the mirror, and smile. Their wallets always look just like mine used to, before the change, before Marcus T., before the future became business. I keep driving, keep smiling, keep watching in mirrors, waiting for the next one. They never see it coming, just like I didn't, just like I still don't, because even now, when I check my own wallet, the dates keep changing, and in every mirror, in every reflection, he's there, smiling, waiting, forever. First letter arrived on a Tuesday. Plain white envelope, no return address. Inside was a single sheet of paper describing what my wife and I had eaten for breakfast that morning. Every detail was correct, down to how many times I'd stirred my coffee. Sarah thought it was a prank. Someone watching through our kitchen window, maybe. We installed curtains. The letters kept coming. We lived in the last house on Cedar Hill Road. 2 stories, white siding, wraparound porch. Built in 1923, according to the realtor. She hadn't mentioned the letters. The second letter came on Wednesday. Same envelope, same paper. This time it described our entire morning routine. When we woke up, what we wore, our conversations over breakfast. We need to call the police, I said. Sarah shook her head. And tell them what? Someone knows what we had for breakfast? She was right. We had no proof of anything criminal, just paper and ink and uncomfortable truths. Thursday's letter was different. It described things we hadn't done yet. Tomorrow's breakfast, tomorrow's clothes, tomorrow's conversations. I compared the handwriting to the previous letters. Same precise script, same brown ink that looked oddly like dried mud. Friday morning, everything happened exactly as the letter had described. Sarah spilled her orange juice at 7:43 a.m. I burned my toast at 7:46 a.m. We had the same argument about buying a new car that the letter had transcribed word for word. My hands were shaking when I opened Saturday's letter. 5 pages this time, a complete record of what we'd do over the weekend, hour by hour, minute by minute. Sarah stopped reading them after that, threw them away unopened. I couldn't. I had to know. The letters got longer, more detailed, started describing things beyond our daily routines, our thoughts, our dreams, our fears. One morning I found Sarah in the kitchen, analyzing a handful of dirt from our garden. It's the same color, she said. The same color as the ink. We started digging, the backyard first, then under the porch, then in the basement. We found the diaries on day 6 of digging, a box of them, buried under the basement floor. Dozens of leather-bound volumes, their pages filled with the same precise handwriting as the letters. They were about us, everything we'd done since moving into the house, everything we were going to do. I opened the most recent volume, today's date. My hands left dirty smudges on the pages. John will find the diaries today, it read. Sarah will refuse to touch them. They will argue about moving out. John will win. They will stay. I looked at Sarah. She was backing away from the box. We're leaving, she said. Today. Now. We can't, I heard myself say, just as the diary predicted. We stayed. The letters kept coming. The diaries kept filling with our lives, written in ink that matched the color of our soil. I started comparing them. The letters were excerpts from the diaries, selections chosen to prove that someone, something, knew everything about us. One diary entry caught my eye. A passage about the house's previous owners. A couple, just like us. They'd found letters, found diaries, started digging. The entry ended mid-sentence. I checked the next volume. Different couple, same story. And the next, and the next. 30 years of couples, 30 years of letters, 30 years of digging, all ending mid-sentence. Sarah found me in the basement that night, surrounded by open diaries. There's something else, she said, in the garden. She'd been digging again, found a tunnel, narrow, deep. The walls were lined with more diaries. We followed it. Sarah led with a flashlight. The beam showed more tunnel ahead, more books, more brown ink. The tunnel led to a room, small, round, carved from the earth beneath our house. A desk sat in the center. A diary lay open on it, pages blank. A pen waited next to it. The ink in the pen was the color of soil. Someone's been living down here, Sarah whispered, writing about us. The diary on the desk began to fill, words appearing without a hand to write them. Sarah will scream at 9:47 p.m., it wrote. John will try to run at 9:48 p.m. They will fail, like the others. The house must be fed. Sarah screamed. I ran. We made it to the kitchen. The front door was locked. Windows sealed. The house groaned around us. The floors shifted. Walls bent inward. Another diary appeared on the kitchen table, open, writing itself. The house has stood for a century, it wrote, fed by the lives it contains, the stories it consumes, the couples it collects. The floor cracked. Earth welled up through the boards. Brown ink flowed from the walls. We ran to the basement. The tunnel was gone, just smooth earth where it had been. The diaries were everywhere now, flying open, pages turning by themselves, each one writing our story in soil-colored ink. Please, Sarah said, make it stop. I tried, tore up the letters, burned the diaries. The ashes reformed on the floor, words still writing themselves. The house shuddered. The basement floor split open. Earth poured in, but it wasn't earth. It was ink. Brown ink carrying torn diary pages, each one describing this exact moment. Sarah grabbed my hand. The ink rose around our feet. Run, she said. We couldn't. The ink was too thick, too heavy. It pulled us down, into the earth, into the story the house was writing. I saw the desk in the round room below, the diary still open, the pen still waiting. The last thing I saw was today's entry, writing itself. They will join the others. Their story will feed the house. The next couple will arrive in spring. The letters will begin again. Now we're part of the house, part of its story. Our lives written in ink the color of grave dirt. I can see the next couple through the windows, young, happy, just like we were. The first letter is already written, waiting in its plain white envelope. No return address needed. The house knows where they live. It knows where everyone lives. and its diaries have so many blank pages to fill. The first sign was the fog on my back window. It appeared every night, even when the air was bone dry. A perfect oval of condensation, like someone was breathing on the glass from the back seat. I'd been a patrol officer for 12 years, night shift for the last 5. I knew my cruiser better than my own bedroom. Every scratch, every dent, every sound it made. The fog started 3 weeks ago. Small things at first. The windows would fog up. A strange smell would fill the car, like wet earth and old leather. The radio would catch fragments of calls that weren't on our frequency. I cleaned the windows, changed the air filters, had the radio checked. Everything came back normal. Then the fingerprints started appearing. I found them one night during a routine patrol, long, thin marks on the inside of the back window. They'd show up after the fog cleared, always in the same pattern, always pointing toward the driver's seat. Car 217, what's your 20? Dispatch's voice crackled through the radio. Heading east on Morrison, I said. All quiet. The radio squealed. Through the static, I heard another voice, not dispatch. Help me. My hands tightened on the steering wheel. The voice had come from the back seat. I checked my mirror. Empty. Just like the 100 other times I'd checked tonight. Car 217, repeat last transmission. Dispatch again. Nothing to report, I said. My voice sounded wrong, tight. The smell was back, stronger now, mixed with something else, something metallic. I pulled into a gas station. The fluorescent lights made everything look harsh and unreal. My reflection in the window was pale, dark circles under my eyes. The back seat was empty. No fog on the windows, no fingerprints, nothing. I got out, opened the back door, checked under the seats, behind the cage partition, normal protocol when clearing a vehicle. The smell hit me harder outside the car, like a grave being opened. My flashlight beam caught something under the driver's seat. A piece of paper, an old incident report from 7 years ago. Officer James Chen, found unconscious in his patrol car, claimed something had been riding in his back seat for weeks, resigned the next day. I'd never heard of Officer Chen. The radio crackled. Car 217, welfare check at 1242 Pine Street. I got back in the car. The smell was gone. The address was an old apartment building, brick, 4 stories, most windows dark. Car 217 responding, I said. Static. Then that voice again. Don't go inside. I reached for my radio to report the interference. My hand froze halfway there. In the rearview mirror, I saw someone sitting in the back seat. Pale face, dark uniform, officer's badge. The name tag read Chen. I spun around. Empty seat, but the fog was back on the windows, and the fingerprints. And that smell. My heart was pounding so hard I could barely breathe. Sweat soaked through my uniform. The radio came to life. 7 years, Chen's voice said through the static. 7 years I've been trying to warn them. I grabbed my phone, tried to take a picture of the back seat. The screen showed only static. Warn who? I said out loud. The next one. Always the next one. The fingerprints on the window were moving, dragging across the glass like someone was drawing them. Car 217, status check. Dispatch sounded worried. I couldn't answer. My throat had closed up. In the mirror, Chen's face was clearer now. Young, scared, blood running from his nose and ears. They never listen, he said. They never look in time. Look at what? My voice was a whisper. The pattern. Chen pointed at the fingerprints. Every 7 years, every night shift, every car 217. I checked the incident report again. The date, 7 years ago, to the day. What happened to you? Chen smiled. Blood stained his teeth. I looked too long, saw too much, some things you can't unsee. The radio erupted with static. Other voices now, dozens of them, all officers, all assigned to car 217, all 7 years apart. The fingerprints had formed words on the window. Shift change. You need to get out, Chen said. Now. I reached for the door handle. It wouldn't move. The smell was overwhelming now. The fog had filled the car. I could barely see. Car 217, emergency backup en route to your location. Dispatch's voice was distant, fading. Too late, Chen said, just like it was for me, for all of us. The mirror showed more faces now. Behind Chen, other officers, other car 217s, all with the same bloody smiles. What are you? Not what, Chen said. Where? Where do old patrol cars go? Where do night shift officers disappear to? The fog was in my lungs now, thick, heavy, tasting of earth and metal and time. Welcome to car 217, Chen said. Permanent shift. I tried to scream. The fog rushed into my mouth. The last thing I saw was my own face in the mirror, blood running from my nose, my ears, my name tag already changed. Now I sit in the back seat, watch the new officers, try to warn them. The fog comes every night. The fingerprints write their messages. 7 years between shifts. Car 217 is always on patrol, always picking up new passengers. I see the next one coming, young, scared, just like I was. The fog is starting to form on her window. I press my fingers to the glass, try to write the warning, but they never listen. They never look in time. Shift change is coming. Car 217 needs new passengers, and the night shift never ends. Saw my first shadow in the mountain fog at 6:17 a.m. A dark figure about 50 yards ahead, mirroring my movements exactly. When I stopped, it stopped. When I moved, it moved, always with a 3-second delay. I'd been hiking this trail for 15 years, never seen anything like it. The morning was cold, just above freezing. My breath made white clouds in the air. But this was different from normal mountain fog. The mist had rolled in thick about an hour into my hike, standard weather for these peaks. I'd kept going, following the familiar dirt path up toward Mason's Ridge. My boots made clear tracks in the frost-covered ground. Then I noticed the other tracks. They started behind me, perfect copies of my boot prints, appearing in the frost about 10 feet back, each one forming just after I took a step. My heart rate picked up. Sweat began to form under my wool hat despite the cold. I stopped walking, turned around slowly. The fog swirled around my legs, thick and white like smoke. Nothing there, just my tracks in the frost, and the other tracks, stopping exactly where I'd stopped. I took a step forward, watched the ground behind me. A new print appeared in the frost, exactly like mine. 3 seconds later, that's when I saw the shadow. It stood in the fog ahead of me, just a dark shape against the white, human-sized, human-shaped. I raised my right hand. 3 seconds later, the figure raised its right hand. I took a step back. 3 seconds later, the figure took a step back. My mouth was dry. My fingers tingled with adrenaline. Hello? My voice sounded wrong in the fog, muffled, no echo, no response, just the figure, waiting. I checked my phone, no signal. The screen showed the time, 6:22 a.m. The figure was closer now. I hadn't seen it move, but the distance had definitely shrunk, maybe 40 yards instead of 50. I could see more details. It wore hiking gear like mine, same build, same height, but its edges were wrong, blurred, like a photograph out of focus. I took another step back, turned around to retrace my path down the mountain. Two more figures stood in the fog behind me, same height, same build, same blurred edges. I looked down at their feet, more tracks appearing in the frost, copying mine, 3 seconds behind. My breath came in short gasps now. The fog seemed to thicken with each exhale. I checked the time again. 6:25 a.m. The figures were closer. All three of them, 30 yards now. I could see their faces, my face, blurred, distorted, but definitely my features. I ran. My boots slipped on the frozen ground. The fog pulled at my clothes like cobwebs. Behind me, 3 sets of footsteps, running in perfect sync, 3 seconds behind. I reached a clearing, stopped to catch my breath. More figures in the fog, 5 now, then 7, then 12, all wearing my face, all moving with that 3-second delay. The nearest one was 20 yards away. I checked the time. 6:31 a.m., pulled out my compass. The needle spun uselessly in the fog. The figures had spread out, forming a circle around me. I could see them more clearly now. Each one was slightly different. Older, younger, some injured, some sick, but all me. Their footprints appeared in the frost, hundreds of overlapping tracks, all leading to this spot. The fog grew thicker. I could barely see 10 feet ahead. My phone buzzed. A text message had come through somehow. Unknown number. Look behind you. I turned. A figure stood directly behind me. No blur, no distortion. Me, exactly as I was now, down to the frost on my boots and the sweat on my forehead. But its feet weren't touching the ground. It smiled. I felt my own lips move in sync. 3 seconds later, the fog closed in. White turned to gray, turned to black. When I opened my eyes, I was still in the clearing. The fog had thinned. My phone showed 7:45 a.m. Nearly an hour and a half had passed. The figures were gone. The extra tracks had vanished. But I wasn't alone. I could feel them walking with me, inside me, their steps matching mine exactly. No more delay. I made my way down the mountain. Each movement felt wrong, like multiple versions of myself trying to move the same muscles. At the trailhead, I checked my reflection in the car window. My face looked normal, but when I blinked, other faces flickered behind my eyes. Other versions, other times. That was 3 days ago. The fog follows me now, just a thin mist that only I can see. I keep catching glimpses of the figures, in windows, in mirrors, in puddles on the street. Always 3 seconds ahead now, showing me what I'm about to do before I do it. This morning I saw myself eating breakfast before I walked into the kitchen. At work, I watched myself type emails before my fingers hit the keys. The delay is shrinking. 2 seconds now. 1. Soon there will be no delay at all, and I don't know which version of me will be in control. I went back to the mountain today, tried to find the clearing. The trail was gone, just solid rock where it used to be, but I saw the footprints, leading into the fog, my footprints. From tomorrow, the figures are clearer now. I can see all their stories, all their paths. Some got lost in storms, some fell from cliffs, some just walked into the fog and never walked out. All me, all searching for the same thing, the original, the real version. But I'm starting to understand the truth. There is no original, just the fog, just the endless walk, just the 3-second delay between what we are and what we become. I can feel them now, all the other versions, getting closer. The delay is almost gone. Soon we'll all move as one, walk as one. Into the fog, into tomorrow's footprints. Always 3 seconds behind, always 3 seconds ahead. Forever chasing our own shadows on the mountain. Forever walking in our own footsteps. forever lost in the space between seconds, forever searching for the real version, forever finding only fog and footprints and reflections 3 seconds apart. We found the photos in the attic at 3:17 a.m. Pictures of ourselves, wearing clothes we'd never owned, expressions we'd never made. The timestamp on each photo matched the exact moment we discovered it. It started as a dare. 5 of us, me, Mike, Sarah, Jason, and Lisa, decided to explore the old Hawthorne mansion. Local legend said it was haunted, standard small-town stuff. We had our phones, flashlights, and a video camera. Amateur ghost hunters on a Friday night. The mansion sat on the edge of town, 3 stories of Victorian architecture slowly rotting away. The front gate was rusted open. Dead leaves covered the path to the front door. "This is private property," Sarah said. Her flashlight beam shook slightly. Mike laughed. "Place has been empty for 20 years. Nobody cares." The door wasn't locked. It opened with a low creak that made my skin crawl. Our flashlights showed a grand entrance hall. Dusty chandelier, cracked marble floor, curved staircase leading up to darkness. "Check this out," Jason said. His flashlight caught something on the wall, a photograph, black and white. Showed the entrance hall we were standing in, but new, clean. People in old-fashioned clothes frozen mid-step on the stairs. "Has to be from when the place was built," Lisa said. I stepped closer. The people in the photo were blurred, like they'd moved during the exposure. My phone buzzed. 2:45 a.m. "Let's check upstairs," Mike said. The stairs groaned under our weight. Dust swirled in our flashlight beams. Second floor was bedrooms, all empty except for heavy furniture covered in sheets. More photographs on the walls. Same blurred figures. Same old-fashioned clothes. "Hey!" Sarah called from one of the rooms. "Look at this one." The photo showed 5 people entering the mansion. Their faces were clear. It was us, from 15 minutes ago. My hands started shaking. The photo showed exactly what we'd done, how we'd walked in, where we'd pointed our flashlights. "This is a joke," Mike said. His voice cracked. "Someone knew we were coming." "How?" Lisa asked. "We didn't tell anyone." My phone showed 3 a.m. now. Another photo caught my eye, further down the hall. Us again, standing in this exact spot, looking at this exact photo. The timestamp in the corner, 3 a.m. "We need to leave," I said. "Wait." Jason pointed his flashlight at the ceiling. "There's an attic, a trap door with a hanging cord. Classic horror movie setup. We should have left, should have run, but we didn't." Jason pulled the cord. The ladder unfolded with a screech of rusty metal. The attic was huge, stretched the length of the house, packed with old furniture, boxes, trunks, and photographs, hundreds of them, hanging from strings stretched across the ceiling. All of us. Every photo showed the 5 of us, different poses, different rooms, different expressions, each one time-stamped with a moment that hadn't happened yet. 3:05 a.m., us finding the first row of photos. 3:07 a.m., Sarah backing away toward the ladder. 3:10 a.m., Mike trying to tear the photos down. 3:12 a.m., Jason's flashlight beam catching Lisa's terrified face. "This isn't possible," Lisa whispered, but it was happening. Each moment captured played out exactly as shown. Sarah backed away. Mike grabbed at the photos. Jason's light hit Lisa. My phone, 3:15 a.m. I found the next photo. Us huddled around a trunk in the corner. Opening it. Timestamp, 3:17 a.m. "Don't," Sarah said, but we were already moving, already playing our parts in the photos we hadn't taken yet. The trunk was heavy, black leather, brass fittings. The lock was broken. Inside, a camera, old, professional looking. the kind used in portrait studios a century ago. And more photos. Not of us this time. Other groups, other people who'd come to the mansion. Their expressions changed as I flipped through the stack. Curiosity, fear, horror. The last photo of each group showed them screaming. My phone buzzed. 3:17 a.m. A camera shutter clicked somewhere in the dark. More photos appeared on the strings above us, developing themselves in seconds. Us finding the camera, us looking at the photos, us realizing what was about to happen. Run! I grabbed Sarah's arm. Too late. The camera floated in the air before us, no one holding it. Click, flash. The photo dropped to the floor, our faces frozen in terror. More clicks, more flashes, photos developing above us, showing us trying to run, falling, crawling toward the ladder. The camera followed, taking pictures faster now. Click, flash, click, flash. Each photo appeared before the moment happened. My phone showed 3:20 a.m. I saw the next photo, me looking at my phone, seeing the time. The one after that, the camera floating closer. Then, our faces changing, blurring, like the people in the old photos downstairs. The ladder! Jason reached it first. The camera clicked again. The ladder pulled itself up. The trap door slammed. More photos developing, our futile attempts to escape, our faces becoming more blurred with each shot. 3:25 a.m. We pound on the trap door. 3:30 a.m. We try the windows. 3:35 a.m. We huddle in a corner. 3:40 a.m. Our features completely blur. The camera kept shooting. Click, flash, click, flash. I saw our future in each photo, saw us become like the others in the old pictures. Just blurred figures in an empty house, moving without moving, screaming without sound, trapped in silver nitrate and paper. The camera clicks one last time. Now we hang on the walls. Now we wait in frozen moments. Now we watch new groups enter, young, curious, scared, just like we were. The camera floats in the attic, ready for the next shoot, ready to capture the next moment, ready to add to the mansion's collection. Time means nothing here. We are all just photographs now, developing eternally in the dark, waiting for you to find us, waiting for you to join us, waiting for the next click, the next flash, the next frozen scream. Come visit the mansion. We'll take your picture. It will last forever. Click, flash. I was alone on that stretch of highway when my radio picked up the first distress call. My own voice, begging for help from an accident that hadn't happened yet. Night shift on rural highways is usually quiet. Just me, my patrol car, and miles of empty road. I'd been working this route for 3 years. Nothing ever happened after midnight. The call came at 2:17 a.m. Static first, then a voice breaking through. Officer down, Route 23, mile marker 167, need immediate assistance. My voice, exactly my voice, but I hadn't keyed my radio. I checked my location, Route 23, mile marker 165, 2 miles from where the call claimed to be. Dispatch, confirm last transmission. My hands were steady on the wheel, but my mouth had gone dry. No recent transmissions from your sector, dispatch replied. Channel's been quiet. The static returned, louder this time. Then my voice again. Oh God, there's so much blood. Please, anyone. I hit the lights and accelerator. Something was wrong with my radio, but I had to check. Protocol required investigating all distress calls, even suspicious ones. Mile marker 166 passed in my headlights. The highway was empty in both directions, just black asphalt and white lines stretching into darkness. The radio crackled. A different voice now. Still a patrol officer, but from years ago. judging by the different call signs used. Multiple casualties. Route 23, mile marker 167, requesting all available units. I checked my dash cam. It was recording, blue light blinking steadily. Mile marker 167 appeared in my high beams. Nothing there, no accidents, no other patrol cars, just empty highway. I pulled onto the shoulder. Gravel crunched under my tires. The radio erupted with voices. Multiple officers calling in accidents. Different years, different times, but all from this exact spot. My hands were shaking now as I keyed the radio. Dispatch, requesting history check on mile marker 167, Route 23. Static. Then dispatch's voice, broken by interference. Stand by. More voices filled the silence. Overlapping, calling for help, reporting accidents. Some I recognized from department records. Some I'd never heard before, and underneath them all, my voice, still calling, still bleeding. I stepped out of the car. The night air was cold. My breath made clouds in the beam of my flashlight. The shoulder looked normal. Gravel, weeds, empty beer cans, standard highway debris. Then I saw the marks, dozens of them, faint impressions in the gravel where cars had pulled over. All in the exact same spot where I'd parked. My radio squawked. Dispatch returning. Mile marker 167. Multiple incidents recorded. Dates back to highway construction. Pattern of single vehicle accidents. No survivors. The transmission cut off. Static returned. I swept my flashlight across the area. The beam caught something in the weeds. Metal reflecting light. An old police badge. Rusted. Number still visible. I'd seen it before, in the department's memorial hall. Officer James Chen died in the line of duty, 1987, single vehicle accident, Route 23, mile marker 167. The radio clicked on by itself. Officer Chen's voice came through clear as day. Something's wrong with my radio. Keeps picking up calls that haven't happened. More badges in the weeds. More voices on the radio. Years of officers, all drawn to this spot by phantom distress calls. My flashlight beam wavered. Battery dying already, though I'd just changed it. The radio voices were getting louder, closer to real time. 2012, Officer Sarah Martinez. 2015, Officer Michael Wong. 2018, Officer David Parker. All dead, all here. All responding to calls from their own voices. I ran back to my car. The radio was a chaos of overlapping transmissions now, past, present, and future colliding in bursts of static. The engine wouldn't start. The dash cam's blue light had stopped blinking. Then I heard it. Under all the other voices, under the static, my voice. But not from the radio, from the empty back seat. I tried to warn you. I spun around. The back seat was empty, but the radio computer's screen showed a new transmission. Officer down, Route 23, mile marker 167, time of incident, 2:47 a.m. responding. Officer, my name, status, deceased current time, 2:46 a.m. The radio voices stopped. Complete silence fell. In the rearview mirror, I saw headlights approaching. My own patrol car, but from 30 minutes ago, responding to a call that hadn't happened yet. The other car pulled over, exactly where I was parked. I watched myself step out, shine a flashlight into the weeds. The radio came to life one last time. My voice, but not mine. The me from 30 minutes from now. Oh God, there's so much blood. Please, anyone. I tried to scream a warning. No sound came out. The headlights grew brighter, brighter than possible. The radio clicked on, static, then silence. Now I sit in my patrol car every night, mile marker 167, watching new officers pull over. They all hear the calls, their own voices crying for help. They all find the badges, count the years of deaths. They all check their radios, try to warn themselves. But the frequency only works one way, past to present, present to future. future to static. I key my radio sometimes, try to change the pattern, but I know what's coming through, what's always coming through. Officer down, Route 23, mile marker 167. My voice, their voice, every voice, calling through time, calling for help, calling new officers to join us. The radio crackles with static. Another set of headlights approaches. Another officer responds to their own distress call. Another badge joins the collection in the weeds, and the frequency keeps broadcasting. Keep listening for it. On dark highways, in empty patrol cars, your voice is already on the radio, already calling for help, already too late. The static is waiting. Mile marker 167 is waiting. We're all waiting. Just turn your radio on. You'll hear yourself soon enough. The first time I saw my reflection wave, I was walking home from the village store. The old window in the abandoned barn always showed my silhouette from 100 yards away. But this time, my reflection moved on its own. I'd passed that barn every day for 5 years. Local kids said it was haunted. I never believed them. Just a run-down building at the end of a dirt road. Rotting wood, broken roof, one intact window facing the road. That window caught every sunset, reflected the light like a mirror. You could see your shadow in it from the bend in the road, about 100 yards back. I was carrying groceries when it happened. Regular Tuesday evening walk. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the dirt road. My silhouette appeared in the window as I rounded the bend. Normal. Expected. Then it waved. I stopped walking. My hands weren't moving. The grocery bags hung still at my sides. But in the window, my reflection raised its right hand. A slow, deliberate wave. My heart started pounding. Sweat broke out on my forehead despite the cool evening air. I took a step closer. The reflection took a step forward. Another step. The reflection matched me. I raised my hand. The reflection stayed still. My mouth went dry. The grocery bags felt heavy in my sweating hands. I walked closer, 50 yards now. The reflection grew clearer. It wasn't just a silhouette anymore. I could see details. My blue jacket, my jeans, my face. But the expression was wrong. The reflection was smiling. I wasn't. At 30 yards, I saw more differences. The reflection's clothes were dirty, torn. Its hair was longer, unkempt. Its smile was too wide. I stopped again. The reflection didn't. It kept walking toward the window, from the inside, 20 yards now. I could see its eyes, my eyes, but darker, hollow. The reflection pressed its hands against the glass. I saw dirt under its fingernails, dark stains on its sleeves. "Hello," it said. No sound, just lips moving. I dropped the groceries. Cans rolled across the dirt road. The reflection's smile widened, teeth too sharp, too many. I ran, back down the road, past the bend, all the way home, locked the doors, checked every window. No reflections moved on their own. The next day, I took the long way to the village, added 2 miles to my walk to avoid the barn. But when I passed Thompson's store, I saw it, in their front window, my reflection, smiling, waving. I closed my eyes, counted to 10. When I looked again, the reflection was gone. But that night, in my bathroom mirror, I saw it, standing behind me, still smiling, still waving. I moved the next day, left most of my things, drove 300 miles to my sister's house. Her hallway mirror showed my reflection, the real one. No smile, no wave. I started to relax. Then I saw the window at the end of her street. My reflection was waiting. It had followed me. I drove again, another town, another state. But every window, every mirror, every reflective surface, it was there, getting closer each time, the smile wider, the eyes darker, the stains redder. Last night in my motel bathroom mirror, it spoke again. Almost there, it said. No sound, just lips moving. This morning, in the window of the diner where I'm writing this, I saw it. Not behind me anymore. Not on the other side of the glass. Right next to me, sitting in my booth, writing in my notebook, while I stand outside, watching. Through the window. It has my life now, my body, my world, and I have its place, behind the glass, in the reflections, waiting for the next person to walk past. I see you coming down the street. Your reflection looks so lonely in this window. Would you like to trade places? Just wave back. That's all it takes. I'm waiting, in every window, in every mirror, in every reflection, and I'm always smiling, always waving, always hungry for a new place, a new body, a new life. Just wave back, please. Wave back. I've been cutting wood in these mountains for 23 years. I know every trail, every clearing, every fallen tree, or at least I thought I did, until last Tuesday. The morning started like any other. I parked my truck at the usual spot, shouldered my chainsaw, and headed up the slope. The snow was fresh from the night before, about ankle deep. Perfect tracking conditions. I always check for animal signs, helps me avoid bears and know where the deer are moving. That's when I saw it. A trail I'd never seen before, cutting through a stand of old pines. I stopped, checked my bearings. This was definitely my regular area, the same place I'd worked hundreds of times. But this trail, it was just wrong. Not marked on any of my maps, not shown on any Forestry Service documents. The weird thing was how clean it looked. No broken branches, no scuff marks on the trees, just a perfect corridor through the forest, like it had always been there. I took a step onto it. The snow crunched under my boots, turned to look back at my tracks, force of habit. But there weren't any. The snow behind me was pristine, untouched. I jumped back to my original position. My tracks leading up to the trail were still there, but the single footprint I'd just made was gone, like it had never happened. I'm not a superstitious man. When weird things happen in the forest, there's usually a logical explanation. Wind patterns, animal behavior, tricks of light and shadow. But this was different. I could feel it in my gut. I should have turned back, should have marked the spot on my GPS and called the rangers. But I didn't. Instead, I stepped onto that trail again. And again, my footprints vanished behind me. The silence hit me first. Not the normal forest quiet, but something deeper. No bird calls, no wind in the trees. Even the crunch of snow under my boots seemed muffled, distant. The air felt thick, like walking through water. I kept going. The trail curved gently to the left, always maintaining that perfect width. The trees seemed to lean in overhead, their branches forming an arch. The morning light filtered through in strange patterns. My watch had stopped. After about 15 minutes of walking, I saw the cabin. It sat in a small clearing, a simple log structure with a metal roof. No smoke from the chimney, no tracks around it. Just sitting there like it had grown out of the ground. My training kicked in. I've dealt with illegal structures in the forest before. Protocol is to document, report, and wait for backup. But my radio was dead. Phone too. Just static and blank screens. The cabin door wasn't locked. It swung open at my touch, hinges silent. Inside, everything was neat. Too neat. A small table with 2 chairs. A wood stove, a narrow bed with military corners on the blanket. All the surfaces were dust-free. The air was warm. I touched the stove. The metal was warm. Not hot, but definitely above air temperature. Someone had been here recently, very recently. On the table was a single piece of paper, blank, white, perfectly centered on the wooden surface. Next to it, a pencil, freshly sharpened. That's when I heard it, a crack of a branch outside. I spun around, chainsaw raised like a weapon. Nothing in the doorway, just the trail and the trees and the silence. I stepped outside and stopped cold. The trail had changed. Where before it had been a single path leading to the cabin, now there were two trails. And in the snow of the new path, footprints, not mine. These were deeper, longer. The stride length was wrong. They led away from the cabin into the darker part of the forest. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was that they were fresh, steaming slightly in the cold air, and they stopped abruptly about 20 feet from where I stood. My body moved before my brain could process. I ran, not back the way I came. That trail was gone now. The only path was forward, following those strange footprints. The forest blurred around me. The snow didn't crunch anymore. It seemed to absorb my steps. The trees were closer now, their branches reaching like fingers. The light was fading, though my watch still showed 9:17 a.m. I ran until my lungs burned, stopped, bent over, hands on knees, breath coming in white clouds. When I straightened up, I was back at my truck. Just like that, no transition. One moment in the dark forest, the next standing in the parking area. Morning sun bright overhead, birds singing, wind moving through trees. I scrambled for my phone. 9:17 a.m., but my truck's clock showed 2:45 p.m. 5 hours gone, just like that. I drove home, hands shaking on the wheel. Spent the night checking maps, making calls. Nobody knew of any cabin in that area. The Forestry Service had no record of any structure. The GPS coordinates I'd marked showed nothing but dense forest on satellite images. I called in sick the next day, and the next. On the third day, I forced myself to go back. Had to know if I was going crazy. Parked in the same spot, walked the same route. The trail wasn't there, just unbroken forest where it should have been. I searched for hours, methodically working the area. Nothing, no cabin, no footprints, no sign that anything had ever been there. But when I got home that night, something was different. On my kitchen table was a piece of paper, blank, white, perfectly centered. Next to it, a freshly sharpened pencil. I haven't written on it, haven't touched it, but every morning it's in a slightly different position. And sometimes, when I'm alone in the house at night, I hear the sound of pencil on paper. The footprints that disappeared that day weren't the last tracks I lost. Now, nothing I do leaves a mark. Snow fills in behind me as I walk. Mud hardens in my footsteps. Sand smooths itself after I pass. I still cut wood, still work the same areas, but I'm more careful now. I watch the trees, check behind me regularly, keep my saw running even when I'm not cutting, and I never ever follow new trails. But sometimes, in the corner of my eye, I catch glimpses of that cabin. It's never in the same place twice, never quite solid, just a suggestion of walls and a metal roof, fading when I turn my head. And sometimes, when the wind is right, I hear pencil on paper, getting closer, like whatever is writing knows exactly where I am, like it's been following my trail, the trail I can no longer leave. I've started sleeping with my boots on, started keeping my truck packed and ready, because I know, deep in my bones, that someday I'll look up and that trail will be there again, leading to that cabin, to that blank paper waiting on the table. And this time, I don't think I'll have a choice about following it. The weirdest part? The part that keeps me up at night? Those footprints I saw leading away from the cabin, I recognize them. Not at first, but later, thinking back. They were mine, but not from that day. They were from some time else, somewhere else, a place I haven't been to yet, a place I'm pretty sure I'm still going to. I've been cutting wood in these mountains for 23 years. Thought I knew every trail, every clearing, every fallen tree. I was wrong. And the worst part is, I'm starting to think the forest knew I was wrong, knew it all along, and it's been waiting for me to figure that out. The first time the voice said my name, I thought it was just static. You hear all kinds of things on the CB radio during long hauls, especially at 3 a.m. on Route 50, when the darkness stretches out forever and the white lines start to blur. David. Just like that, clear as day between the usual truck stop chatter and weather reports. I'd been driving for 16 hours straight, Minneapolis to Sacramento. Empty roads, black sky, nothing but 18 wheels on asphalt and the drone of my engine. I reached for my coffee, almost empty, mostly cold. David Reeves. I sat up straighter. The voice cut through the static again, female, calm. Like a receptionist calling someone in for an appointment. Nobody uses full names on the CB. It's all handles and codes. I grabbed the mic. Who's out there? This is Big Red, over. Static. Then, turn left at mile marker 247, David. She's waiting for you. My hands got sweaty on the wheel. I checked my GPS. Mile marker 247 was coming up in about 10 minutes. Middle of nowhere, Nevada. Who is this? How do you know my name? You always take this route, David. Every third Thursday. Always stop at the Flying J in Wells. Always get the chicken fried steak. Always leave a $5 tip for Sandy. My stomach turned. I had breakfast at that truck stop 6 hours ago. Sandy was my regular waitress. Who the hell is this? You're running late today. Usually you pass this stretch at 2:45 a.m. The extra coffee stop in Elko put you behind. Your daughter's birthday is coming up. 16. You bought her that silver necklace in Minneapolis, the one with the little horse charm. It's in your glove compartment. I looked at the glove compartment. The small blue box was inside. I hadn't told anyone about it. The radio crackled. Different voices now. Normal trucker talk about road conditions and speed traps. I switched channels. Static. Switched again. She's disappointed you won't be there for her birthday. Again. 3rd year in a row. I punched the radio off. My heart was hammering. Sweat ran down my back. The cab felt too small, too quiet. Headlights appeared in my rearview mirror. Far back, just dots in the darkness. Regular thing on a highway. Nothing weird about another vehicle. Except, the headlights stayed the same distance behind me. I sped up. They sped up. I slowed down. They slowed down. Mile marker 245 passed, then 246. I grabbed the mic again, switched channels randomly. This isn't funny. Whoever's doing this, knock it off. Turn left at 247, David. Last chance. There is no left turn at 247. It's open desert. You know that's not true. You've seen the road before. Every time you drive this route, you just pretend not to notice it, like you pretend not to notice a lot of things. The headlights behind me got closer, still couldn't make out the vehicle, just bright lights, too bright. Mile marker 247 approached, and there was a road, a dirt track, cutting into the desert. No signs, no markings, but it was there. I didn't turn. The headlights behind me flashed. High beams, brighter than any normal headlights should be. They filled my cab with white light. I couldn't see the road. Last chance, David. Turn left. She's been waiting a long time. Who? Who's waiting? You know who. December 12, 2019, Route 50, mile marker 247. You weren't alone in the truck that night. My blood went cold. I hadn't thought about that night in years, tried not to. That was an accident. I called for help. I stayed until the ambulance came. Did you? Check your logbook for that night, David. Check your real logbook, not the one you showed the police. I didn't need to check. I knew what it would show, what it had always shown. The dirt road was right there. The headlights behind me were blinding. The radio crackled. Turn left, David. She wants to show you something. I drove past mile marker 247. The dirt road vanished in my mirrors. The headlights behind me dimmed, then disappeared. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely hold the wheel. I needed to stop. There was a rest area coming up in 20 miles. Just had to make it there. The radio stayed silent. Dead silent. Not even static. The rest area was empty when I pulled in. Just my truck under the yellow lights. I put it in park, hands trembling. Grabbed my phone. No signal. I sat there for a long time, engine idling, trying to breathe normal, trying to think straight. When I looked at the passenger seat, there was someone sitting there. The radio clicked on by itself. That same calm voice. Hello, David. Ready to talk about that night? I ran. Left the truck running, door open. Ran across the empty parking lot toward the bathroom building. My boots echoed on the concrete. Inside, fluorescent lights buzzed. Empty stalls, empty sinks. My reflection in the mirror looked wrong, too pale, too old. When I came back out, the headlights were there, parked next to my truck. Still couldn't see the vehicle behind them, just light, white and cold. I walked toward my truck, had to, nowhere else to go. The passenger door was open, the seat was empty, but there was something on the dashboard, a logbook, old, worn. I recognized it, my real logbook from that night. I picked it up. The pages fell open to December 12th, 2019. The entry was in my handwriting, but I didn't remember writing it. Mile marker 247. Hit something, someone, didn't stop, didn't call, drove straight through to Sacramento, 3 hours ahead of schedule. The headlights flashed. Once, twice. The radio crackled. Ready to make that left turn now, David. I got back in the truck, put it in gear, turned around. The headlights followed me back to mile marker 247. The dirt road was there, waiting. I turned left. The road went on forever, straight into the desert. The headlights stayed behind me, pushing me forward. The radio stayed on, but now it was just static. And underneath the static, something else. A sound like breathing or crying. I drove until the highway disappeared behind me, until there was nothing but desert and stars and those headlights in my mirror. Then I saw it. A truck. Overturned. Crushed. Old. Rusted. Been there a long time. My truck. From that night, I stopped. Had to. The headlights behind me stopped too. The radio cleared. That voice again, but different now. Younger. Scared. You promised you'd take me to see the desert stars, Dad. Remember? You promised. I remembered. My daughter. Not my daughter now, 16 and angry that I'm never home, but my daughter then, 8 years old, begging to ride along just once. One secret trip. Don't tell Mom. Just father and daughter. Looking at desert stars until mile marker 247. Until I fell asleep at the wheel, until I woke up alone in an undamaged truck, until I convinced myself it was just a dream. The passenger door opened. Someone got in, small, bloody, broken. Hi, Dad. Ready for that star tour you promised? I looked in the rearview mirror. The headlights were gone, but something else was there now. Red lights, ambulance lights, the ones that never came that night. The radio spoke one last time, that calm voice again. Drive, David. She's been waiting a long time for this ride. So I drove. Into the desert, under the stars. with my daughter beside me, the daughter who never made it home, the daughter whose birthday is tomorrow, the daughter who just wanted to see the desert stars with her dad. I'm still driving now. The gas gauge hasn't moved. The clock is stopped at 3:47 a.m. The stars haven't changed, and she's still sitting there, waiting for me to explain. But there's no explanation good enough, so we just drive. And maybe that's all we'll ever do. Drive these desert roads under these desert stars, father and daughter, together at last. The first time I saw the figure in the courtyard, I was 4 hours into my shift at the Blackwood Historical Society building. It was 2 a.m., and I was doing my regular rounds through the West Wing. Night security at a historical building isn't exactly thrilling work. Walk the halls, check the locks, monitor the cameras, repeat. But this building was different. 5 stories of Victorian architecture wrapped around a central courtyard. Endless corridors, hundreds of windows, all facing inward. I was on the 3rd floor when I noticed it. A shadow in the courtyard below, just standing there, stock still, like a statue. I pressed my face against the window glass. The courtyard was lit by old-style gas lamps, kept for historical accuracy, the curator always said. The yellow light made weird shadows, but this was different. This shadow had shape, form, density. I grabbed my flashlight, aimed it down. The beam cut through the darkness, but when it hit where the figure should have been, there was nothing there. I keyed my radio. "Base, this is Thompson. Possible movement in the courtyard. Going to check it out." Static answered. I checked the radio. Dead. The battery indicator showed full charge, but nothing but static came through. Standard procedure was to call it in before investigating. But the radio was dead, and my cell phone showed no signal. First time that had happened in 6 months of working here. I took the stairs down to the ground floor. My footsteps echoed in the stairwell. Too loud. The emergency lights cast everything in a dim blue glow. The door to the courtyard was locked. I swiped my keycard. Green light. Click. I pushed it open. Cold air hit me. The courtyard was empty. Just benches and careful landscaping and those gas lamps casting pools of yellow light. I did a full circuit. Nothing. No signs of intrusion. No footprints in the damp grass. But when I looked up at the windows, something was wrong. All the windows faced the courtyard. 3 floors of them, going all the way around. And in one of them, 3rd floor, West Wing, there was a figure, standing where I had been standing minutes ago. I ran back inside, took the stairs 2 at a time. My breath came in gasps. Sweat ran down my back despite the cold. The 3rd floor corridor was empty. I checked the window where I'd seen the figure. Nothing there, but the glass was fogged up, like someone had been breathing on it. I pulled out my tablet and accessed the security camera feeds, cycled through them quickly. Each camera showed empty hallways, empty rooms, until I got to camera 23, 3rd floor, East Wing. A figure walked across the frame, just for a second, but it was clear, dark, human-shaped, walking with purpose. I switched to camera 24, the next one in sequence. Nothing. Camera 25, nothing. The figure had vanished. My hands were shaking as I switched back to camera 23, rewound the footage, played it again. The screen showed empty hallway, no figure, no movement. The timestamp was the same, but the footage was different. Something moved at the end of the corridor, a shadow sliding along the wall. I spun around, empty hallway, but now there were footsteps, not mine, coming from around the corner. Slow, deliberate. I backed up against the window. My radio crackled to life. Static, then words, barely audible. "You're in my spot." The footsteps got closer. My flashlight beam shook as I aimed it at the corner. Nothing came around it. The footsteps stopped. I edged along the wall toward the corner. Had to look, had to know. The corridor around the corner was empty, but there was something on the floor, a security badge. I picked it up. It was mine, my photo, my name. But the issue date was wrong. It said 1987. I'd been born in 1992. The radio crackled again. "Check the cameras." I pulled out the tablet, cycled through the feeds again. Camera 15, empty hallway. Camera 16, empty hallway. Camera 17, empty hallway. Camera 18, me, standing in the hallway, looking at a tablet. Camera 19, empty hallway. Camera 20, a figure standing behind me in the hallway. I spun around. Empty corridor. Looked back at the tablet. Camera 20 now showed empty hallway. But camera 21 showed the figure, walking away. I followed it. What else could I do? Followed it through the cameras, watching it move through the building, upstairs, down corridors, always just out of sight in real life, but clear on the cameras, until it went into the security office, my security office. I stood outside the door. My hand shook as I reached for the handle. The metal was ice cold. Inside, the monitors lined the wall like always, but they showed something different now. All of them, every screen, showed the same image. Me, standing in the courtyard, looking up at the windows, but I wasn't in the courtyard. I was here, in the office. I looked closer at the screens, the timestamp, 2 a.m., when I'd first seen the figure. Movement caught my eye. On the desk, a piece of paper. "You have also been watched." The handwriting was mine. The door slammed shut behind me. I spun around, tried the handle, locked. The monitors went black, then static, then picture again. Now they showed the security office, this office, now. Me standing here, and behind me in the footage, a figure, watching. I turned around slowly, empty office, but my radio crackled one last time. My shift now. The lights went out, emergency lights kicked in, painting everything blue. When they came back on, I was sitting at the desk, but everything was different, older. The monitors were bulky CRTs. The desk was scratched and worn. An ancient coffee cup sat beside me, ring stains on the desk around it. The date on the computer screen, October 15th, 1987. And on every monitor, in every camera feed, there was a figure, walking the halls, checking the windows, doing its rounds. Me, 35 years later. I tried to leave. I really did. But the door wouldn't open. The windows wouldn't break. So I sat there, watched the monitors, watched myself patrol the building, over and over, night after night. Sometimes I see others like me, other guards, other times, all of us watching, all of us trapped. The building likes to watch, you see, likes to collect us, keep us. And now I watch too. I watch the new guard doing his rounds. Young guy, started last week. He's on the 3rd floor now, looking out the window. He's just seen something in the courtyard, a figure standing still, watching. He'll come down to investigate. They always do. And I'll be here, watching, like I always have been, like I always will be, because that's what we do here. We watch, and we wait for the next one to join us. I think he's coming soon. I can see him on the monitors, taking the stairs, getting closer, almost here. Almost time for my next shift to start. Time to watch again. Always time to watch. In the Blackwood Historical Society building, where the windows face inward, and the watchers never leave. Call came in at 6:43 a.m. Dispatch said someone reported a break-in at 1879 Stillwater Road, an abandoned farmhouse on the outskirts of my jurisdiction. I'd driven past it hundreds of times. White paint, broken shutters, sagging porch, standard abandoned rural property. I pulled up my department's GPS, located the address. Something wasn't right. According to the map, 1879 Stillwater Road was a quarter-mile east of where I remembered the house being. I grabbed my paper maps from the glove compartment. Same thing. The house location was marked differently than I recalled. Dispatch, can you confirm the location of 1879 Stillwater? Static crackled. Then, quarter-mile east of the Miller property, Officer Hayes. Same as always. But it wasn't the same. I'd driven this road for 12 years. Written speeders tickets here, responded to calls. That house had always been right next to the Miller's cornfield, not a quarter-mile east. I drove out anyway, sun barely up, fog hanging low over the fields. My cruiser's headlights cut through the gray. The house wasn't where I remembered it. Instead, there was just empty field, tall grass, nothing else. I drove east, and there it was, exactly where the map said it should be. White paint, broken shutters, sagging porch. I parked, called it in. On scene at 1879 Stillwater. The radio just hissed static. I did a perimeter check first, standard procedure. No signs of forced entry, no broken windows, no footprints in the wet grass around the foundation. The front door was unlocked. It swung open at my touch. No creak. Hinges moved smooth and silent. "Police! Anyone here?" My voice echoed. The house smelled wrong. Not like an abandoned building should. No mold, no rot, no animal droppings. It smelled clean, like fresh paint and new wood. I swept my flashlight beam across the front room. Empty, but not dusty. The wooden floors were clean, recently swept. In the kitchen, there were fresh marks on the countertop. Coffee cup rings, a knife block with one knife missing. The sink was wet. My hand went to my gun. Someone had been here. Recently, very recently. Upstairs next. The stairs didn't creak under my weight. Each step solid, well-maintained. The second floor had 3 bedrooms, all empty, all clean. No cobwebs, no dust, just clean floors and bare walls. Except, the back bedroom had drawings on the wall, children's drawings, crude figures done in crayon. I stepped closer. My throat went dry. The drawings showed a police car. My police car, unit number clearly visible. They showed me getting out, walking around the house, coming inside. The last drawing showed me standing in this room, looking at the drawings. The paper was still warm, the crayon marks still fresh, waxy under my fingers. I ran, down the stairs, out the front door, to my cruiser. The house wasn't there. I stood in an empty field. Tall grass swayed in the morning breeze. No foundation, no structure, nothing to show a house had ever been there. Until I turned around. The house stood where I'd originally remembered it, next to the Miller's cornfield, but different now. The windows were lit from inside. Warm yellow light spilled onto the lawn. Shadows moved behind the curtains. Multiple shadows, moving in patterns that weren't quite right, weren't quite human. My radio crackled. A child's voice came through the static. "Why did you run away? Come back and play. We made more drawings." I got in my cruiser, started the engine. The GPS screen flickered. The house marker blinked, moved, appeared in a new location, blinked again, moved again, again, and again. Faster now, the marker jumping all over the map, like the house couldn't decide where it wanted to be. I put the cruiser in drive, had to get back to the station, had to report this. The house appeared in my rearview mirror, right behind my cruiser, then gone when I looked again. It showed up in my side mirror. Closer now. Gone again. I floored it. 80 miles per hour down empty country roads. The GPS screen strobed with movement. The house marker following me. Getting closer. The radio spat static. That child's voice again. You can't leave yet. We're not done drawing. I looked in my rear-view mirror. The house filled the entire view. Impossibly close. Windows blazing with light. Shadows writhing behind every pane of glass. I blinked. The house was gone. I was parked in front of the station, engine running. 8 hours had passed according to my watch. I ran inside, pulled up the property records for 1879 Stillwater Road. The house wasn't there, had never been there. The lot had been empty since the county started keeping records. But there was one file, a single incident report from 1954. Officer Michael Hayes responded to reports of break-in at 1879 Stillwater Road. Officer never returned to station. Vehicle found empty. Case remains unsolved. Michael Hayes, my grandfather, the reason I became a cop. I drove back out there the next day. The house was gone. Just empty fields on both sides of the road. But sometimes, late at night when I'm on patrol, I see lights in my rear-view mirror. Not headlights, house lights. Warm and yellow and getting closer. And my radio crackles with children's voices. Come see our new drawings, Officer Hayes, just like your grandfather did. I don't stop. I don't look back. But I know it's still there. Still moving. Still following. Last night, I parked in my driveway after my shift. Looked up at my house. The windows were different. The porch had started to sag. The paint was turning white. I didn't go inside. I'm sitting in my cruiser now, writing this down. The GPS screen is flickering. The house marker is moving again, getting closer, always closer. And there are new drawings appearing on my dashboard. Fresh crayon, still warm, showing what happens next. First noticed the marks 3 weeks into driving for the rideshare app. Small symbols painted on the curb, right in front of where I picked up passengers. White chalk-like material, almost invisible unless you were looking for them. I didn't think much of it at first. City maintenance crews mark things all the time. Utilities, construction, standard stuff. Then I started seeing patterns. The marks were always in the same spot, right where my passengers stood waiting. Different symbols for different types of rides. A circle with a line through it for airport runs. 3 short parallel lines for downtown destinations. An X for late-night pickups. I took a photo of one, showed it to a city worker at a gas station. He looked at it, shrugged, said it wasn't their marking system. The next day I found a mark in front of my house. Single white line, straight and clean, fresh. The paint was still wet. I tried to wash it off. The water beat it up and rolled away. Scrubbed it with soap. Nothing. Tried paint thinner. The mark stayed pristine. That night I got a pickup request. Address was 20 minutes away. Remote neighborhood, no streetlights. The passenger pin dropped exactly where a fresh mark was painted on the curb. 3 parallel lines, glowing faintly in my headlights. No one was there. I waited 5 minutes. Standard protocol. No show. As I reached to mark it as a no-show in the app, a new request came in. Same address, different passenger name. The app showed their location, right where the marks were. I declined the ride, drove away fast. 3 more requests came in, same location, different names each time. I turned the app off, drove home. The mark in front of my house had changed. Now it was a circle with a line through it. Airport symbol. I parked in the garage that night, locked all the doors, double-checked the windows. Sleep didn't come easy. Every car that passed made me jump. Every shadow seemed wrong. Morning came, I had to work. Bills don't pay themselves. First pickup, airport run, regular customer. He stood right next to a fresh mark, circle with a line. Seen these marks before? I asked him. He looked confused. What marks? I pointed to the curb. He looked right at it, saw nothing, but I saw it. Clear as day. The marks started appearing faster after that. Every pickup location had one, always fresh, always accurate to the ride type. I started keeping track, taking photos, making notes, circle with line, airport runs. Always early morning or late night, 3 lines, downtown, usually business people. X, late night, bars and clubs, single line, short trips, regular customers, triangle, first-time users. New symbols started appearing too. Square, passengers who never talked. Star, people who seemed nervous. Spiral, rides that ended in different locations than requested. The marks knew things about my passengers that the app couldn't know, shouldn't know. I tried switching zones, driving different areas. The marks followed, always there, always waiting. More appeared in front of my house, different ones each day, building a pattern I couldn't understand. Then the passengers started acting strange. A woman with a square mark stood silently the whole ride. Didn't move, barely breathed. A man by a spiral mark gave me one address, then halfway there insisted we go somewhere completely different. His eyes looked wrong, too dark. A group of late-night passengers next to an X mark spoke in whispers. Their words weren't English, weren't any language I recognized. I started declining rides with certain marks. My acceptance rate dropped. Got warning emails from the company. But I kept driving, had to understand what was happening. Last night, everything changed. Regular pickup, downtown hotel, 3 parallel lines on the curb, but something new beside them. A symbol I'd never seen before. Looked like an eye. The passenger got in. Businesswoman, suit, briefcase, normal, until she spoke. You've been watching our marks. My blood went cold. What? We've been watching you watch them. Quite fascinating. Most drivers never notice. Her voice was wrong, like multiple voices layered together. What are they? I asked. She smiled. Too many teeth. Directions, guidelines, suggestions for the best routes. Routes to where? Places you couldn't understand. Yet. I looked in the rearview mirror. Her eyes were solid white. Your mark is changing, she said. Look outside your house tonight. You're ready for a new designation. I slammed the brakes, pulled over, turned around. The back seat was empty. The app showed the ride was still in progress. The destination had changed. My home address. I drove straight to a hotel, paid cash, didn't go home, but I could see the mark from my window. Fresh white paint on the curb 16 stories below. An eye, just like the one from earlier. My phone buzzed. New ride request. Pickup location, the hotel parking lot. Passenger name, blank. Destination, unknown. The marks on the curb below are changing as I write this, shifting, forming new patterns. I can see them from my window. They're forming words now. Time to drive. My phone won't stop buzzing. Ride requests, hundreds of them, all blank names, all unknown destinations. And there's something in the parking lot, waiting by the marks. It looks like a person, but the shadows are wrong. It's looking up at my window, waving. My car keys are moving, sliding across the desk on their own. The marks below are changing again. Last chance for a voluntary pickup. My phone shows a new message. Your passenger is waiting. Your new route begins tonight. I'm going to run, try to make it to my car, but I can see more marks appearing on the pavement, making a path. leading somewhere else, somewhere with different roads, different passengers, different destinations. And I don't think I have a choice about taking this ride. The marks say I'm ready, and the marks are never wrong. The sounds started on a Tuesday night. I remember because I was on the village council and we'd just finished our weekly meeting. Low, rhythmic noises coming from the forest, like something huge drawing breath. I lived in Pine Grove my whole life, 47 years next to these woods. I knew every normal sound: owls, wind in the trees, animals moving in the underbrush. This was different. "You hear that?" I asked Bill Mason, our town clerk. He stopped on the steps of the town hall, listened, probably just the wind. But there was no wind. The air was dead still. The sound came again, in and out, slow, regular, like a sleeping giant. By Thursday, everyone in Pine Grove could hear it. The sound had gotten louder. You could feel it now, a vibration in your chest with each pulse. Sarah Chen from the general store called an emergency council meeting. "It's affecting business," she said. "People are scared to come into town." We sat in the town hall, all 12 council members. The sound thrummed through the walls. "Could be mining operations," Tom Wheeler suggested. "Underground work." "Nearest mine is 60 miles away," I said. "Geological activity? Earthquake preparatory movement?" We called the Geological Survey Office. They sent someone out. Dr. Patricia Morris arrived the next day with equipment. She set up seismographs around the village perimeter, took readings, looked confused. "There's no geological activity," she said. "Nothing that could cause this." The sound got louder every night. People started leaving town, loading up cars, driving to relatives in the city. Those of us who stayed noticed other things. The trees moved when they shouldn't. No wind but branches swaying, all in the same rhythm as the sound. Animals acted strange. No birds in the trees, no deer in the fields. Even the bugs were gone. Saturday night, Kelly Martinez's kid went missing, 10 years old. Last seen playing near the forest edge. We organized a search party, 20 of us with flashlights and walkie-talkies. The sound pulsed around us as we entered the woods. The trees looked wrong. The branches seemed to reach down toward us. The trunks had an odd sheen, like they were wet with something. My flashlight beam caught movement, something dark sliding along a branch overhead. Gone before I could focus on it. "Tommy," we called. "Tommy Martinez." The sound changed, higher pitched now, almost like a response. We found Tommy's baseball cap, sitting in a perfect circle of bare earth. No leaves, no twigs, just smooth packed dirt. The walkie-talkies stopped working, just static and a rhythm that matched the forest's pulse. Dr. Morris came back with more equipment, set up sensors on the trees, took bark samples. "The cellular structure is changing," she reported. "The wood is becoming more organic, more like muscle tissue." We didn't need scientific equipment to see it. The bark felt soft now, warm to the touch. The branches moved like limbs. Sunday night, the circle appeared. I saw it from my back porch, a perfect ring of red ribbon tied to trees. Must have been 50 ribbons, all at exactly the same height, but none of us had put them there. "We need to leave," Sarah Chen said at the emergency meeting. "All of us, now." Half the town agreed, packed up that night. A line of car headlights snaking away from Pine Grove. Those of us who stayed watched the ribbons. They moved in the soundless wind, all turning to point inward, toward the center of the forest. Monday morning I woke up to silence. The breathing sound had stopped. The phone lines were dead. Internet down. Cell phones showed no signal. I walked to town hall. The streets were empty. The few remaining cars sat unused. covered in something that looked like dew but felt thick, sticky. The ribbons had changed color, deep red now, almost black. Dr. Morris's equipment was still running on battery power. The readings made her pale. "The trees," she said, "they're not trees anymore. The cellular structure, it's completely transformed. They're something else now." "What are they?" She didn't answer, just pointed to her laptop screen. The readings showed movement, regular contractions, like a muscular system. The forest had stopped breathing because it was moving. We saw it happen in slow motion, trees uprooting themselves, not falling, walking, branches reaching, grasping. The circle of ribbons began to shrink, the trees moving inward, closing the gap. "Run," Dr. Morris said. We ran, but the roads were gone. Where the highway should have been, there was only forest, trees moving like a crowd of people, branches like arms, roots like feet. The breathing sound started again, louder, not from all around now, from behind us. I turned around. The forest had drawn itself together, formed something massive, a shape made of thousands of trees moving as one. It looked down at us. It had faces in its bark, hundreds of them. Some I recognized. Tommy Martinez was there, eyes closed, peaceful, part of the wood now. Others too, people who'd tried to leave. The breathing sound came from everywhere now, in and out, the whole forest pulsing like a heart. Dr. Morris's laptop beeped one last time before dying. The final reading showed a single massive life form, one organism made of thousands of trees, and it was hungry. We ran, but the trees were faster. Branches reached for us like hands. I made it to the town hall, slammed the door, but the walls were wooden, and wood wasn't wood anymore. The walls moved, breathed, reached. I'm in the basement now, concrete walls, solid stone foundation, but I can hear them up there, moving, breathing. The ceiling is wooden, and it's starting to pulse. They found another red ribbon today, tied around my wrist while I slept. The forest is calling, and I don't think the basement will hold them much longer. The concrete is cracking. Roots are coming through. They're not normal roots. They're reaching for me, and they're breathing, in and out, in and out. The forest wants us all, and the forest always gets what it wants. I can feel the wood changing under my fingers as I write this. The pen is becoming part of my hand. The paper is growing into my skin. We're all becoming part of the forest, part of the breathing, part of the hunger, part of the whole. Can you hear it? Listen. In and out, forever. The extra weight on my motorcycle hit me just past mile marker 342. Sunset was coming. The desert highway stretched empty in both directions. My shadow looked wrong in the fading light, too thick, too wide for a solo rider. I checked my mirrors. The right one showed nothing unusual, just road and dust and purple sky. But in the left mirror, something was off about my reflection. The shape of my helmet looked distorted, stretched, like there was another helmet behind it. I twisted my head around, empty seat behind me, just my backpack strapped down with bungee cords. But the weight was there. I could feel it in the bike's suspension, feel it in the way the machine handled differently, like carrying a passenger. I'm not new to this. 15 years of riding, mostly long haul. I know how my bike feels with different loads. This was exactly the weight of a person, maybe 160 pounds, centered perfectly on the passenger seat. I slowed down, pulled onto the shoulder, kicked the stand down and got off. The passenger seat was empty, but there were marks on the leather, dark smudges, like handprints, but wrong, too long in the fingers, too wide in the palm. I touched one. The leather was warm, not sun warm, body warm. My phone showed no signal. GPS still worked, showed me 47 miles from the next town. Sun touching the horizon now. Maybe an hour of light left. I got back on the bike. The weight settled behind me immediately, like someone mounting up in one smooth motion. The mirrors showed nothing, but I felt hands on my sides, light pressure, like a passenger holding on for balance. I gunned it, 80 miles per hour, 90. The hands gripped tighter. A car approached from the opposite direction. First one I'd seen in an hour. As it passed, the driver looked over. His face went white. He slammed his brakes. I watched in my mirrors as he pulled a U-turn, emergency lights flashing. He's seen something on my bike, something I couldn't see. The hands squeezed tighter, cold now, strong. I pushed the bike faster. The engine whined. The hands moved to my shoulders, gripping, pulling. Headlights appeared in my mirrors. The car from before catching up, high beams flashing. The grip on my shoulders increased. Something pressed against my back, cold, solid. I risked a glance at my left mirror again. The reflection was clearer now in the dying light. My helmet wasn't distorted. There was another helmet behind it, matte black, visor up, empty inside. The car behind me was closing fast, horn blaring, light flashing. The hands moved to my helmet, started turning it, slowly, inexorably, trying to make me look back. I fought it, kept my eyes on the road. The bike was wobbling now, too fast, too unstable. A voice came, not through my ears, through the helmet itself, like someone speaking into the padding. You passed the turn. My GPS showed straight road for 20 miles. Back there, where I went down, you rode right past. The hands were freezing now, burning cold through my jacket. 3 years ago, you didn't stop. I remembered. A winter night, black ice, a single headlight in my mirror, there and then gone. I'd called it in, kept driving. You left me there. The car behind me was right on my tail now, horn constant, high beams lighting up the whole road. In my mirror, the empty helmet leaned forward, right next to mine, whispered through the padding, "Let's go back, together." The bike jerked sideways, hard right. I fought the handlebars. The car behind me swerved, pulled alongside. The driver was screaming something, pointing behind me. I looked in my right mirror, clean reflection, normal. Looked in my left. The empty helmet was gone. Instead, there was a face, gray, broken, road-rashed, eyes like empty highway at night. My bike hit the rumble strip. The hands grabbed my helmet again, turning, forcing me to look back. I did. Nothing there, just empty seat, normal bike. But in the mirror, the face smiled. The hands let go of my helmet, grabbed the handlebars instead. We hit the guardrail at 95 miles per hour. I woke up in the hospital 2 days later. Multiple fractures, road rash, concussion, but alive. The driver who'd followed me was there, waited to talk to me. "I had to warn you," he said. "There was someone on your bike, saw it clear as day when I passed you. But when you crashed..." He stopped, swallowed hard. "When you crashed, your bike went down. But 2 people flew over that rail. I saw it, clear as day. But when I got there, just you, nobody else." He left. The police came, took statements, asked about road conditions. Single vehicle accident, they said. Lucky to be alive. They brought my personal effects. My helmet was strange. Handprints on it, long fingers, wide palms, pressed into the shell like it was soft clay, and the inside padding. 2 words, written backwards so they'd print on my skin while I wore it. "Found you." I sold the bike, bought a car, swore off motorcycles. But sometimes, at night, my car feels heavy, like there's someone in the back seat, and my rearview mirror shows things that can't be there. A helmet, matte black, visor up, empty inside, until it isn't. I don't drive that highway anymore. Don't ride at night. But the weight is still there. Patient, waiting. And every mirror tells the truth, even when I don't want to see it. Even now, writing this, I can feel cold hands on my shoulders, turning me, making me look at the empty seat behind me. That isn't empty at all. Never was, never will be. The passenger is always there, always riding, always watching, always waiting for the next turn. The turn I missed 3 years ago. The turn we'll take together. Soon. I found the inn on a travel app. Remote location, historic building, 5-star reviews. Perfect for my solo photography trip through rural Maine. The photos showed weathered wood siding, green shutters, wraparound porch. Exactly what I was looking for. The GPS lost signal 5 miles from the destination. I followed the printed directions instead. Gravel roads, dense forest, no cell service. The inn appeared around a bend, 3 stories, steep roof, exactly like the photos but more worn up close, paint peeling, shutters hanging crooked. The owner met me at the door, Mrs. Abernathy, 70s, thin, wire-rimmed glasses. She didn't smile. "Room 7, she said. "Top floor, end of the hall." Her keys were brass, heavy, old. They clinked as she handed them over. "Dinner at 6 in the main room, breakfast at 8. No food in the rooms." She turned and walked away. Her shoes made no sound on the wooden floor. The stairs creaked under my feet. Each step echoed in the empty hallway. The carpet was faded, once red, now rust-colored. Room 7's door stuck in the frame. I had to push hard. Inside, everything was wood, floor, walls, ceiling, dark stain. Old knots in the grain made faces if you looked too long. A double bed sat under the window. White sheets, iron frame. A dresser stood against one wall, mirror above it, spotted with age. I set up my camera gear, started documenting the room. Historic inns were my specialty. My travel blog needed new content. The first photos looked normal: bed, window, dresser. Then I checked the mirror shot. Someone stood behind me in the reflection. A woman. Dark dress, long hair. I spun around. Empty room. Looked back at the camera screen. The figure was clear, standing right behind where I'd been. Head tilted, watching. I deleted the photo, took another. She was closer now, one hand raised, reaching. I checked the room again. Nothing, no one. Took another photo. Her face was clear this time, pale, eyes dark, mouth open slightly. The mirror itself showed only me, pale, shaking, alone. But every photo of the mirror showed her, getting closer, more defined. The room felt cold. My breath came out in white puffs. I packed my gear, fast, hands trembling. The door wouldn't open. The key turned, but the lock didn't click. Behind me, the mirror clouded up, like someone breathing on the glass. I grabbed my phone, no signal. Tried to open the travel app, no connection. The fog on the mirror was spreading, moving against gravity, forming patterns. Words appeared, written by an invisible finger. "Stay. Take more pictures." My camera turned on by itself, screen glowing in the dimness. The latest photo was displayed. The woman stood directly behind me now, both hands raised, almost touching my shoulders. I looked at the mirror, just fog and words. Looked at the camera screen. She was touching me now. I could feel nothing. But in the photo, her fingers sank into my shoulders, like going through smoke. Words appeared in the mirror fog again. "I need a new headshot." The camera clicked, shutter firing on its own. New photo. The woman's face was clearer, younger than I'd thought, maybe my age, pretty once. Half of her face was caved in. The mirror fog spread to the walls. The wood turned glossy, reflective. Now she was in every surface, every angle, coming closer in each one, except the real room. The real room stayed empty. My camera kept clicking, shooting on its own. Each photo showed her closer, more solid, more real. As I became less so, the last photo showed her standing where I had been, solid, real, smiling. I was behind her in the shot, transparent, fading, like smoke. My hands went numb. Cold spread up my arms. The mirror cleared. I saw my reflection. Only it wasn't me anymore. She looked back with my face, my clothes, my camera in her hands. I tried to scream. No sound came. The door clicked open. She walked out with my body, my life. I stayed behind, cold, formless, watching from the mirror, waiting for the next photographer. Mrs. Abernathy came up later, looked in the empty room, smiled for the first time. "Welcome home," she said to the mirror. "Room 8 needs filling next." That was 3 years ago. I'm still here. We all are. Every mirror, every reflection, watching, waiting. Sometimes people check in with cameras, good cameras, professional ones. We look through their viewfinders, choose our favorites, pick the ones we want to become, the ones we will become. I have a new guest today. Young woman, good camera. She's setting up her tripod now, arranging her lighting, getting ready to take pictures of the historical mirror. I fog the glass, write her a message. Stay, take more pictures. She will. They always do. And soon she'll be here with us. While I walk out with her face, her life, her camera, ready to make somebody else's last photo, their final reflection, their permanent home, in the mirrors of room 7, where every photo shows the truth, even when you don't want to see it, even when it's too late to look away, even when you've become nothing but a reflection, waiting for your next shot, your next face, your next life. Click. I discovered the canyon on a routine hike. Narrow entrance, high walls, not on any of my maps. The rock was red sandstone, smoothed by centuries of wind and water. The first echo happened 10 steps in. I scuffed my boot on purpose, testing the acoustics. The sound that came back wasn't a scuff, it was a footstep. Heavy, deliberate, like someone wearing boots much bigger than mine. I stopped, listened. The canyon was silent. "Hello?" I called out. The echo came back wrong. "Why are you here?" My heart started pounding. Echo games weren't new to me. 10 years of hiking and rock climbing. I knew how sound bounced off canyon walls. This wasn't that. "Is someone there?" I tried again. "Someone is always there," the echo replied. "You shouldn't have come." The voice was deep, male, nothing like mine. I pulled out my phone, no signal. GPS still worked, showed me 5 miles from the nearest marked trail. "This is private property," I lied to the canyon. The echo laughed. "No, this is our place. Has been for a long time." Wind moved through the canyon. Cold, wrong for a summer day. I turned around. The entrance was gone. Just smooth rock wall where it should have been. "Don't bother," the echo said. "That way is closed now." My hands were shaking. Sweat ran down my back despite the cold. "What do you want?" "To watch," the echo replied. "To show you what's coming." Footsteps echoed from deeper in the canyon. Not mine. I stood perfectly still. "Take 10 steps forward," the echo commanded. I didn't move. "Take 10 steps," it repeated, "or we'll take them for you." My right foot moved on its own, stepped forward. The left followed. I fought it, tried to stop. My legs kept moving. 10 steps. The canyon widened into a circular space. Smooth walls rose 100 feet up. No way to climb them. "Good," the echo said. "Now listen carefully." More footsteps echoed. Running, breathing hard. scared breathing. Then my own voice came from the walls. Please, I don't want to see. But it wasn't me speaking. Not now. The sound was coming from ahead, from the future. Keep walking, the echo ordered. My legs moved again. No control. The canyon curved left, right, left again. New sounds echoed off the walls. Rocks falling, someone climbing, metal scraping on stone. All in my voice, all ahead of me, all things I hadn't done yet. Almost there, the echo said. The canyon opened into a larger space, a dead end. Walls too high to climb, too smooth to grip. In the center stood a stone, red sandstone like the walls, shaped like a podium. On top of the stone was a piece of paper, white, clean, new. Read it, the echo commanded. I approached the stone, picked up the paper. It was a news article, dated tomorrow. Local hiker missing in unknown canyon. My name, my photo. Keep reading, the echo said. The article described the search, the rescue attempts, the eventual abandonment of hope. My body was never found. Now you know, the echo said. Know what? What's coming, what always comes, what has to come. More footsteps echoed. Closer now, running, panicked. My voice again, but desperate. Please, I've read it, I understand. No, the echo replied. Not yet, but you will. The footsteps were almost here. My footsteps, my voice, my panic, coming closer. Turn around, the echo commanded. I turned. A figure stood at the canyon entrance. Me, but wrong. Older, clothes torn, bleeding. Now you understand, the echo said. The other me spoke. Run. So I ran. Back through the canyon, past the stone, through the curves. My own footsteps echoing back. My own voice begging. The sounds I'd heard before. The sounds I was making now. Behind me, the other me followed. Chasing, hunting. The echo laughed. Almost time. I reached the circular space. 10 steps from the entrance that wasn't there anymore. Please, I shouted. I don't want to see, just like I'd heard before. The other me caught up, grabbed my arm. Its face was mine, but the eyes were wrong, empty, like the canyon walls. My turn, it said. The echo spoke one last time. The cycle continues. The other me pulled me close, started to merge, like smoke mixing with smoke. I felt myself fade, change, become the hunter instead of the hunted. Now I stand here, watching my past self run into the canyon, listening to the echoes, waiting to complete the cycle, to become the echo that answers, that always answers, that has to answer, forever. In this canyon without end, where every sound is a future horror, every echo a coming truth, every footstep an endless repetition of a hunt that never ends, a chase that never stops, a cycle that has no beginning and no end, just echoes, answering echoes, forever. Listen, do you hear that? Someone new is entering the canyon. Time to echo, time to hunt, time to continue what never ends, what never can end, what echoes forever in these red stone walls, these walls that have no exit, these walls that keep us all, forever echoing, forever hunting, forever caught in the sound of our own approaching doom. Listen, the new footsteps are getting closer, and the echo is ready to answer, again and again and again. I noticed the first stopped clock during my regular night patrol. 3:47 a.m., Mrs. Henderson's living room window. The old pendulum clock she'd had for 20 years was visible from the street. Always kept perfect time, except tonight. I checked my watch, 11:22 p.m. The clock was wrong, and the pendulum wasn't swinging. 2 houses down, Mr. Peterson's digital clock in the kitchen window, also showing 3:47 a.m. My police radio crackled, static, then silence. The next house was the same, and the next. Every clock visible from the street showed 3:47 a.m., the entire block frozen at that exact moment. I keyed my radio. "Dispatch, this is Officer Cooper. Got something strange on Oak Street." Static answered. Then a voice, distant, like someone speaking from the bottom of a well. "Officer Cooper reported deceased, 3:47 a.m." My hand jerked away from the radio. The voice wasn't our dispatcher. I pulled out my phone. The screen showed 3:46 a.m. That wasn't right. It had been 11:22 p.m. less than 5 minutes ago. The phone's display flickered, changed. 3:47 a.m. The streetlights dimmed. The air got colder. Movement caught my eye. Curtains twitching in darkened windows. Shapes moving behind the glass. Not people. Not exactly. I walked to Mrs. Henderson's house. Knocked on the door. No answer. But the curtains moved. Something pressed against the window. A hand. Too long in the fingers. Too pale. My flashlight beam caught it. The hand pulled back. The window was dark again. But now I could see inside better. The room was wrong. Furniture in different places. Dust covers on everything. Like no one had lived there for years. But I'd seen Mrs. Henderson just yesterday. Walking her dog. Watering her plants. I tried the door handle. Locked. My radio crackled again. That same deep well voice. Time of death confirmed. 3:47 a.m. More movement in the windows up and down the street. More hands pressing against glass. More faces in the darkness. Wrong faces. I backed away from Mrs. Henderson's house. Reached for my gun. My watch stopped. 3:47 a.m. The streetlights went out. In the darkness, the windows glowed. Pale blue light from inside each house, illuminating the faces. I recognized them all. Mrs. Henderson, Mr. Peterson, all my regular patrol route residents. But wrong, so wrong. Their skin was gray, eyes dark holes, mouths open in silent screams. They pressed against every window, watching me. I ran to my patrol car. The dashboard clock showed 3:47 a.m. The radio screamed static. The engine wouldn't start. More faces appeared in the windows. Different now. People I knew. My partner who died last year in a shooting. My father who passed when I was 12. My sister who never came home from prom night. All watching. All gray. All wrong. I got out of the car. Had to move. Had to run. The faces followed my movement, turning to track me as I passed each house. My phone rang. The screen showed dispatch, but the number was all zeros. I answered. "Report to the station immediately, Officer Cooper." The deep well voice again. "Your death report needs filing." I hung up, ran. The station was 6 blocks away. Every house I passed showed 3:47 a.m. in their windows. Every window held faces. More faces I knew. Everyone I'd ever lost. Everyone who died on my watch as a cop. The station's windows glowed that same pale blue. Empty desk chairs spun slowly on their own. The door was unlocked. Inside, all the screens showed the same thing. Officer Michael Cooper. Time of death, 3:47. Cause, temporal displacement during routine patrol. The report was dated 15 years ago. My father's voice came from behind me. "You're late, son. Been waiting a long time." I turned. They were all there, everyone from the windows. Gray skin, dark eyes, open mouths. My partner stepped forward, held out a report. "Just need your signature," he said. "Make it official." My watch ticked once, the only sound in the silent station. 3:48 a.m. The faces started to fade. The blue light dimmed. "No matter," my sister said. "We'll try again tomorrow night, and the next, until you sign. Until you join us," my father added. "Until 3:47 a.m. becomes permanent," my partner finished. They vanished. The station was normal again. Lights on, computers running. My watch showed 11:22 p.m. I checked the records. There was no report of my death, but there was a note on my desk I hadn't written. See you tomorrow night, 3:47 a.m. Bring a pen. That was a week ago. Every night, same thing. The clocks stop. The faces appear. The report waits. They're getting impatient now. The faces press harder against the glass. The voices get louder on the radio. Last night, my watch stopped again. 3:47 a.m. But it hasn't started again. The hands won't move. And the faces are getting closer. No longer just in windows. I see them in mirrors now, in reflections, in the corners of my eyes, waiting for 3:47 a.m., for my signature, for me to join them, and I'm getting tired of running, of fighting. The pen is in my hand now, the report is on my desk, and my watch shows 3:46 a.m., 1 minute left, until I make it official, until I join the faces in the windows, until time stops forever at 3:47 a.m. I can hear the hands ticking down, the faces are gathering, the pen is ready, and so am I. The logs moved again last night. I know because I stacked them in straight rows before sunset, but this morning they formed a perfect hexagon. I've been cutting trees for 23 years. Logs don't move by themselves. It started 3 weeks ago. I was doing my usual rounds, marking the trees for cutting in the eastern section of my plot. The work was normal. The same work I'd done thousands of times before. Cut, stack, transport. Nothing unusual about it. The first change was subtle. I came out one morning and noticed the pile I'd left the night before looked different. Not scattered or knocked over. That happens sometimes with animals or strong winds. No, these logs were arranged in a straight line, each one exactly parallel to the next. At first, I thought maybe I'd done it myself and forgotten. Logging is repetitive work. Sometimes your mind wanders, but then it happened again the next night, and the night after that. Each morning, the logs were in different geometric patterns, triangles, squares, circles, perfect shapes that couldn't happen by accident. I started taking photos with my phone. No one would believe me otherwise. The sounds changed too. I know every noise in these woods, the creak of branches in the wind, the rustle of leaves, the calls of birds and small animals. But new sounds started creeping in. At first, it was just different. The wind didn't sound right. It had an edge to it, like someone was letting out a long breath between their teeth. I kept working. What else could I do? This is my livelihood. My father worked these same acres, his father before him. You don't just walk away because things get strange. But I started keeping detailed records, timestamps, photos, voice recordings. The scientist types like documentation. If something was really happening, I wanted proof. Last Tuesday, I found the first marks. They were carved into a fresh-cut pine log, deep grooves that looked like writing. Not English, not any language I recognized. The cuts were precise, too precise for animal claws or random damage. I traced the marks with my fingers. They felt cold, colder than the wood around them. I sent photos to a friend at the university. He teaches linguistics or something like that. He said the marks didn't match any known writing system, said they had interesting geometric properties, but wouldn't elaborate. Just told me to document everything and be careful. The whispers started after that. That's what they sounded like anyway. Whispers. You know when you're in a crowded room and you can hear people talking but can't make out the words? Like that, but in the middle of the forest. At first, only when the wind blew, then all the time. I installed security cameras around my cabin, 4 of them, with night vision. The footage showed nothing unusual, just logs moving between frames. 1 second they're in a pile, the next frame they're arranged in a pattern. No movement captured, No figures, no explanation. Sleep got harder. The whispers kept getting louder. Not exactly louder, clearer maybe, like they were getting closer to being actual words. I started wearing earplugs at night. It didn't help. The whispers weren't coming through my ears anymore. I called the Forestry Service, told them I was concerned about unusual activity in my cutting area. They sent someone out. Young guy, fresh out of school probably. He walked around, took some samples, made some notes, said everything looked normal, asked if I'd been getting enough sleep. The trees started moving too. Not the cut logs anymore, the standing trees. I'd mark one for cutting, come back the next day, and it would be 30 feet from where I'd marked it. The paint blazes were still there, but the trees had somehow shifted position. The GPS coordinates I recorded didn't match anymore. I started taking videos of everything, set up a live stream to a cloud server, bought more cameras, better ones. The footage still showed nothing, just changes between frames, like the forest was editing itself when no one was looking. Yesterday morning, I found a perfect circle of logs around my woodshed. 30 logs, each exactly the same length, arranged like spokes on a wheel. The marks were on all of them now. That strange writing carved deep into the wood. When I touched them, my fingers went numb. I called my friend at the university again. No answer. His voicemail was full. I drove into town, tried to show the videos to the sheriff. He watched for a few minutes, said he couldn't see anything unusual, asked if I wanted to talk to someone, handed me a card for a counselor. Last night was the breaking point. I was sitting in my cabin, reviewing the day's footage. Nothing unusual on the cameras, just the normal forest darkness. Then I looked out my window. The trees had moved, all of them. Every tree within sight of my cabin had shifted position, forming a perfect circle. My cabin was at the center. The whispers were loud now, almost words, almost something I could understand. I'm writing this now because I need someone to know what happened. The trees are still there, standing in their circle. The whispers are getting clearer. I can almost make out what they're saying. The marks on the logs are starting to glow. My phone has no signal. My truck won't start. The Forest Service number just rings and rings. The sun is setting. Through my window I can see the trees moving again, not swaying in the wind, moving, taking steps. The circle is getting smaller. The whispers are words now. I can understand them. They're saying my name. I hear footsteps on my porch, heavy footsteps, like wood on wood. Someone is knocking on my door. Something is knocking on my door. The trees are knocking on my door. End of written account. No further entries were found. The cabin was discovered empty 3 days later. The surrounding forest showed no unusual arrangements or markings. Local authorities classified it as an abandonment, possibly due to mental health issues. The loggers' whereabouts remain unknown. I've been driving this route for 15 years, Phoenix to Salt Lake City, Salt Lake City to Phoenix. 2 trips a week, every week. I know every mile marker, every curve, every gas station. But something's wrong with this trip. The GPS says I've covered 347 miles, but I'm seeing the same stretch of desert I saw 3 hours ago. It started normal enough. Left Phoenix at 4 a.m., like always. Clear sky, good visibility. Traffic was light, just a few other trucks and the occasional car. The sun came up around 6, painting the desert in that familiar orange glow. I'd made this run so many times I could probably do it with my eyes closed. First sign something was off came around 8 a.m. I was somewhere in northern Arizona, should have been seeing different terrain by now, but the landscape wasn't changing. Same red rocks, same scraggly bushes, Same cracked asphalt stretching out ahead. I checked my GPS. It showed normal progress. The little blue dot moving steadily north. But looking out my window, everything looked the same. Exactly the same. Down to the pattern of cracks in the road and the way the tumbleweeds were clustered by the shoulder. I clicked my radio through the stations. Static. All of them. That's when my hands started to sweat. I've driven through dead zones before, but not for this long. I picked up my CB radio. More static. Not even the usual trucker chatter. The fuel gauge caught my eye. Quarter tank. Enough to go another 100 miles or so, but I didn't want to risk it. Not with whatever was happening. I spotted a gas station ahead. Small place, independent. Not one of the big chains. Sign said, last fuel 100 miles. Funny. I didn't remember seeing that sign before, and I know every stop on this route. Pulled in. Place looked abandoned. No other vehicles, no movement inside the store. But the pumps were on. Modern ones too, with card readers. Didn't match the rundown look of the rest of the place. I got out. The air felt wrong. Still hot. It's always hot in the desert. But there was no wind. No sound at all. Just dead silence. My boots on the pavement sounded too loud. The store's lights were on. I could see through the windows, shelves stocked, everything neat and clean. But no clerk, no customers. Just a radio sitting on the counter, crackling with static. I used my company card to start the pump. It worked. Numbers clicked up normally. While the tank filled, I walked to the store entrance. Door was unlocked. Bell chimed when I opened it. The sound echoed too long in the silence. Inside, everything looked normal. Snacks, drinks, basic supplies, all perfectly arranged. No dust, no dirt, like someone had just stocked the shelves. The radio on the counter was an old model. The static had a pattern to it now. Regular beeps and pauses. Morse code. I know some Morse code, useful skill for long hauls when regular comms are down. I listened. Same sequence repeating, return, return, return. My skin went cold. The hair on my neck stood up. I backed out of the store. The pump had stopped. Tank was full. I got back in my truck fast, hands shaking as I turned the key. Engine started normal. I pulled out, headed north again. The GPS still showed me making progress, but after an hour I saw it. The same gas station, same sign. Last fuel, 100 miles. I drove faster. The speedometer showed 75, then 80. The landscape blurred past. Another hour, same gas station, same sign. I was burning fuel but going nowhere. The sun should have been high overhead by now, but it stayed in the same position. Same orange morning light. Like time had stopped moving while I kept going. My tank hit quarter full again. The gas station appeared ahead. Same place, third time, or maybe the 100th. I couldn't tell anymore. I had to stop. The fuel gauge was too low to risk passing it. I pulled in. Everything looked the same, but there was something new. Another truck. My truck. Parked by the store. Empty. I stopped next to it. Same model. Same company logos. Same license plate. Even the small dent on the passenger door from that loading accident last year. The key was still in the ignition. My hands were numb. My chest felt tight. I got out slowly. The other truck was dusty, like it had been sitting there for days. I looked inside through the driver's window. On the seat was a logbook. My logbook, open to today's date. But the handwriting stopped mid-entry. The radio in the store was louder now. I could hear the Morse code from outside. Return, return, return. I'm sitting in my truck now. The working one, not the dusty one. Writing this on my phone. The GPS still shows me on track to Salt Lake City. The fuel gauge shows a full tank. The sun is still in the same position. I can see the dusty truck in my mirror. My truck. Empty. Waiting. The store radio is getting louder. The Morse code is changing. Now it says, remain, remain, remain. I don't know what happens if I keep driving. I don't know what happens if I stay. The gas station will probably appear again. Maybe there will be 3 trucks next time, or 4, or 100. The sun isn't moving. The GPS says I'm making progress. The radio keeps beeping its message. I think I'll try one more time. One more attempt to break whatever loop I'm in. The engine's running. The road stretches ahead. Maybe this time will be different. Maybe this time I'll get through. The gas station is already appearing in the distance. Message ends. Phone found on counter of abandoned gas station in northern Arizona. No sign of driver or truck. GPS records show continuous progress to Salt Lake City, but vehicle never arrived. Case remains open. The Ming vase was 6 inches to the left of its marker. I know because I check every exhibit's position at the start of each shift. I measure the distances. I make notes. After 12 years as a night guard at the Metropolitan Museum, you notice these things. But I didn't move it. And according to the security footage, no one else did either. My shift starts at 10 p.m. I do my first walkthrough as soon as the day staff leaves. Check all the doors, test the locks, make sure the motion sensors are armed. Standard procedure. I've done it thousands of times. Last Monday was normal. Everything in place. All systems working. I sat at my desk in the security office, watching the wall of monitors. Each screen showed a different gallery. Asian arts, European paintings, Egyptian antiquities, modern sculpture. All quiet, all empty. At midnight, I did my second walkthrough. That's when I noticed the vase, 6 inches left of its position marker. I checked my notes from the start of shift, pulled out my measuring tape. No doubt about it. The vase had moved. I radioed Steve, the other guard on duty. He was covering the west wing. "Hey, anyone authorize moving pieces in Gallery 204? "Negative," Steve said. "No scheduled movements this week. Why?" "Got a displaced item. Going to check the footage." Back in the security office, I rewound the cameras. 6 hours of footage. The vase sat there, motionless. No one entered the gallery. But at 11:47 p.m., between one frame and the next, the vase was in a different position. I noted it in my log. Probably a camera glitch. Maybe vibrations from the subway tunnels below. There are normal explanations for these things. Tuesday night. Same routine. But now 3 pieces were out of position. The Ming vase again, a bronze Buddha statue, a jade carving, all moved a few inches from their marks, all between camera frames. No signs of entry, no alarms triggered. I spent 2 hours reviewing footage. Nothing, just objects changing position when the cameras blinked. I updated my log, contacted my supervisor. She said she'd have maintenance check the display cases for stability issues. Wednesday night brought more changes, small ones. A painting tilted 2 degrees. A sculpture rotated 45 degrees. An ancient scroll case opened 1/2 inch. All caught on camera. All showing the same thing. Objects moving between frames with no visible cause. That's when I noticed the first anomaly in the footage of myself. I was watching the recordings of my walkthroughs, checking for anything unusual. At 1:13 a.m., the camera showed me in the Egyptian wing, examining a sarcophagus. Standard procedure. But I had no memory of being there at that time. I checked my log. At 1:13 a.m., I was supposed to be in the medieval gallery. I pulled up that camera feed. There I was, right where I should be. 2 different cameras, 2 different locations, same timestamp. both showing me. My hands started shaking. I rewound both feeds, played them again. No glitches, no signs of tampering, just me in two places at once. Thursday night, I brought extra equipment, a personal camera, a digital voice recorder, a notebook. I was going to document everything. The displacements were bigger now. Entire display cases had shifted. The Ming vase was on the opposite side of its pedestal. The Buddha statue faced the wall. I took pictures, made measurements, noted times. The security footage showed more anomalies. Now there were 3 of me on camera. 4. Each one looking exactly like me, doing normal guard duties in different parts of the museum, all with the same timestamps. I heard the footsteps around 2 a.m., coming from the Greek and Roman gallery, steady, measured steps, the sound of hard-soled shoes on marble floors. I radioed Steve. "You in Gallery 301? "Negative. I'm in the cafe area." I checked the cameras. Gallery 301 was empty, but the footsteps continued, getting closer. I switched on my flashlight, drew my pepper spray, procedure for unauthorized intruders. The steps stopped right behind me. I spun around. Nothing. The gallery was empty. But when I turned back to the camera monitor, I saw myself standing in the exact spot where I'd heard the footsteps. The other me was looking directly at the camera. Friday night, I came in early, set up extra cameras, placed digital recorders in every gallery. The museum was filled with the sounds of footsteps now. Dozens of sets, echoing through empty halls. The cameras showed multiple versions of me patrolling, but the new me's weren't following normal routes. They would stand in corners, staring at walls, walk in circles, stand motionless for hours. The security footage became harder to watch. Every time I looked away from a monitor, the images would change. More copies of me would appear, some walking normally, some moving in ways that weren't quite right. Their movements were too smooth or too jerky or too fast. At midnight, all the cameras went dark for exactly 3 seconds. When they came back on, every piece in the museum had moved. Every painting was crooked, every statue faced the walls, every display case was open. I ran to Gallery 204. The Ming vase was gone. In its place was a security camera pointing at me. I looked at the monitor in my hand. It showed the back of my head. I turned around. Nothing there. But on the screen, a figure stood behind me. It looked exactly like me, but its head was tilted at an impossible angle. It raised its hand and pointed at something off camera. I ran back to the security office. Every monitor showed a different version of me, all pointing at something I couldn't see. I tried to radio Steve. Static. Called my supervisor. Line was dead. The footage from my personal camera showed nothing, just empty galleries. But the museum cameras kept recording. More and more copies of me appeared. Walking, standing, pointing. Their movements became more distorted. Their faces started to blur. It's almost 6 a.m. now. My shift ends in an hour. The day staff will be arriving soon. I'm writing this in my log because I need someone to know what happened. The cameras are showing hundreds of me now. They're all standing still, facing the security office, pointing at me. The footsteps are getting closer, coming from every direction. I can hear them right outside the door. I don't want to look at the monitors anymore, but I can't help it. The me on the screen just turned its head 180 degrees. It's smiling. The door is opening. End of log entry. Security footage from that night shows normal patrol activities. All artifacts were in their correct positions at opening. The night guard was not found. The multiple images mentioned in his log do not appear in any archived footage. Case remains under investigation. The ride request came in at 11:43 p.m. Pickup location, 4587 Blackwood Road. I'd been driving for Uber for 3 years, and I'd never heard of it. The GPS showed it 20 miles outside the city, deep in farm country. The fare was high, surge pricing. I accepted the job. The night was clear. No moon. Temperature showed 42 degrees on my dashboard. I followed the GPS directions out of the city. Traffic thinned. Streetlights became scarce. The roads narrowed. At the city limits, my phone lost 1 bar of signal, then another. The GPS still worked, showing my little blue dot moving along the mapped route. The radio started picking up interference, static cutting into the music. Blackwood Road wasn't marked, just a dirt track branching off the main highway. My headlights caught the reflectors on a rusty mailbox, 4587. No house in sight, just empty fields stretching into darkness. I pulled onto the dirt road. Rocks crunched under my tires. The GPS said my destination was half a mile ahead. The static on the radio got louder. I switched it off. The pickup point was empty. No house, no buildings, no people. Just an old wooden fence post at the side of the road. My phone showed 5 minutes until the pickup time. I put the car in park and waited. 11:58 p.m. Still no passenger. I checked the app. The request was still active. The fare meter hadn't started yet. My phone showed no signal bars now, but the app still worked somehow. At exactly midnight, the app pinged. Passenger no-show. I tapped to confirm. Nothing happened. The screen froze. I tried to close the app. The phone didn't respond. I put the car in drive and turned around. The GPS recalculated, showing the route back to the highway. I followed it. 10 minutes later, I was still on the dirt road. The fence post appeared in my headlights again. Same post, same spot. I tried a different route, turned left instead of right, drove for 15 minutes. The road curved. The fence post appeared again. My hands were sweating on the steering wheel. The car's temperature display now showed 33 degrees. The radio turned itself on. Static burst from the speakers. I hit the power button. Nothing happened. The volume increased. Through the white noise, I heard something. A whisper. My name. I pulled over. Killed the engine. The radio kept playing. The static shifted, formed patterns. More whispers. Still my name. Over and over. The display panel showed no station frequency, just dashes. My phone was dead. Black screen. But the GPS still worked on my dashboard screen. It showed me on Blackwood Road, but the map looked wrong. The surrounding roads were different. Names I didn't recognize. I started the car again, picked a direction at random, drove faster this time. 50 miles per hour on the dirt road. The fence post appeared after 5 minutes. The radio whispers got louder. The temperature display showed 25 degrees now. Frost formed on the windshield. The heater was running full blast, but cold air came from the vents. My breath made clouds in the air. The GPS map kept changing. Roads disappeared. New ones appeared. My position jumped around the screen. The blue dot multiplied. 3 dots. 4. All moving in different directions. A set of headlights appeared in my rearview mirror. First car I'd seen since leaving the highway. They were far back, just points of light in the darkness. I sped up. The lights matched my speed. The radio whispers formed words now, not just my name, full sentences, but garbled, like a broadcast from far away. I caught fragments. Return, signal lost, coordinates, subject located. The headlights behind me got closer. I pushed the car to 70. The engine whined. The lights kept pace. In the mirror, they looked wrong. Too bright, too blue. They split apart, became 4 lights. 6, 8. The GPS screen went crazy. Dozens of blue dots now, all converging on my position. The map twisted, folded in on itself. The road names changed to symbols I didn't recognize. The temperature read 15 degrees. Ice crystals formed on the inside of the windows. The radio static peaked, became a high-pitched tone. The whispers turned to screams. I looked in the rearview mirror again. The lights were right behind me now. They lit up my car's interior. But in the mirror, I saw my own car, my own headlights. I was following myself. I slammed the brakes. The car behind me kept going, passed through me. I felt nothing. In the mirror, I watched my own car drive away, followed by the lights. They faded into darkness. The radio went silent. The GPS screen cleared. One blue dot again. The temperature climbed back to normal. My phone turned on, showed full signal. I checked the app. The ride request was gone. No record of it in my history. The GPS now showed me on the highway, 2 miles from where I'd turned onto Blackwood Road. I drove back to the turnoff. Nothing there. No dirt road, no fence post, just an empty field. My app pinged. New ride request. Normal address in the city. I completed 3 more rides that night. Regular passengers, normal routes. But something was wrong. Each time I checked my mirror, the headlights behind me looked too bright, too blue. The radio kept picking up fragments of static, whispers hidden in the music. My name, spoken so quietly I might have imagined it. My GPS works differently now. The blue dot sometimes multiplies when I'm not looking. The roads don't always match what I see through the windshield. And sometimes, late at night, my app receives requests from addresses that don't exist. The fare prices are enormous. I don't accept them anymore, but I know they're still there, still waiting. The lights in my mirror get brighter every night. I hear the whispers getting clearer. They're coming for me again. Text recovered from phone found abandoned in vehicle at highway rest stop. Vehicle matched description of car reported missing 3 weeks prior. GPS data showed impossible routes and coordinates. Driver's whereabouts remain unknown. The cabin had no shadow. I noticed it right away. The sun was at its peak. Everything else on the trail cast dark shapes on the ground. Trees, rocks, my backpack. But not the cabin. It stood there in the clearing, perfectly normal looking, except for that. I'd been hiking the Appalachian Trail for 6 days. This was supposed to be an unused section. No shelters marked on my maps for 20 miles in either direction. But there it was, a standard Forest Service cabin, wood walls, metal roof, small porch, windows with actual glass, all of it shadowless. I checked my GPS. No structures marked at these coordinates. My phone showed no signal, normal for this section of the trail. The temperature read 82 degrees. Time was 12:17 p.m. I took out my camera and snapped some pictures. The cabin looked solid enough, well maintained. No rotting boards or broken windows. The metal roof hadn't rusted. The porch steps looked recently swept. I approached slowly, taking more photos. My boots crunched on gravel. A path led to the porch steps. No footprints in the dirt, no tire tracks. No signs of how building materials got here. The porch boards felt solid under my feet. No creaks. The wood felt cool to touch, cooler than it should in direct sunlight. A thermometer hung by the door showed 45 degrees. My phone still read 82. The door wasn't locked. It swung open at my touch. No squeak from the hinges. The interior hit me with a wave of cold air. My breath clouded in front of my face. Inside, everything looked pristine, clean. A table set for 2 people, white tablecloth, proper plates, real silverware. Steam rose from bowls of soup, fresh bread on a cutting board. The soup rippled as if it had just been poured. I checked my watch. 12:20 p.m. The cabin had been empty for years. The dust patterns on the windows proved it. But the food was hot. I touched a spoon. Warm metal. Touched the bread. Still soft. The walls held old photographs. Black and white images of people in outdated clothes. Their faces were blurred, like they'd moved during the exposure. The frames contained no dust. A stone fireplace dominated one wall. Cold ashes in the grate. A log rack beside it held fresh-cut wood. The logs felt damp. A hand axe hung on a peg, its blade sharp and clean. I took more pictures. My camera showed only static. Every shot the same gray blur. I tried my phone camera. Same result. The cabin showed up as a smear of light. The back wall held a gun rack. 3 rifles. Old models but cleaned and oiled. A box of ammunition sat on a shelf below. The shells looked new. I didn't touch them. A door led to a bedroom. Single bed. Quilt with geometric patterns. The fabric looked fresh, but the style was a century old. A rocking chair beside the bed swayed slightly. No breeze in the room. The temperature kept dropping. My phone showed 34 degrees. Outside, through the windows, I could see sun and summer leaves. The cabin's interior stayed dim despite the bright day. I headed for the door. It had moved. Now it was on the opposite wall. I crossed to it. The room shifted. The door stayed ahead of me, always just out of reach. My watch showed 12:22 p.m. Only 5 minutes had passed. The soup on the table still steamed. The rocking chair kept swaying. I tried another door, opened into the same room. Another door, same room. The cabin's floor plan bent in ways that shouldn't be possible. Each room connected to itself. The windows showed different views now. The clearing had changed. Trees I didn't recognize. Leaves the wrong color for summer. Shapes moving between the trunks. My phone died. The screen went black. My watch stopped at 12:23 p.m. The soup kept steaming. The chair kept rocking. I found the front door again. It opened to solid wall. No porch, no outside, just rough boards where the exit should be. The photographs on the walls changed. New images, different people, still blurred. The faces turned toward me as I passed. The cabin groaned. A deep sound, like settling wood, but wrong. The walls rippled. The floor tilted. Angles changed in ways that hurt my eyes. New doors appeared, dozens of them, covering every wall, each one identical, each one leading somewhere else, somewhere wrong. The table now held 4 place settings, then 8, then 16. The soup kept steaming. Empty chairs appeared around the table. The wood creaked as unseen weights settled into them. The temperature hit 0. Frost formed on the walls. The photographs froze in their frames. The blurred faces pressed against the glass. I tried the doors. Each one opened to a new room. Identical furniture. Different angles. Impossible geometry. Always leading back to the first room. The windows showed night now. Stars in wrong positions. A moon that couldn't exist. The shapes between the trees grew clearer. They looked like people. They looked like the figures from the photographs. They turned toward the cabin, toward me. Their faces were wrong. I heard footsteps on the porch that no longer existed. Heavy steps, multiple sets. The doors began to open, all of them. Cold air rushed in. The cabin changed again. The walls bent inward. The ceiling stretched up into darkness. The table expanded, place settings multiplying endlessly. The soup still steamed. They're coming inside now. The figures from the photographs, from the windows. Their feet don't touch the floor. Their shadows fall in the wrong direction. The cabin keeps growing, keeps changing. The doors won't stop opening. They're sitting at the table now. The chairs fill with things that look like people. They're lifting their spoons. The soup is still hot. They want me to join them. The door behind me just closed. The one in front of me is opening. I don't think I'm going to find my way back to the trail. Journal pages found in backpack abandoned on Appalachian Trail. No cabin located at coordinates. Search teams reported unusual cold spots in the area. Case remains open. The call came in at 10:42 p.m. Dispatch reported strange noises at 247 Maple Street. I'd been a police officer in Cedar Grove for 15 years. I knew every street, but I'd never heard of this address. 10-4, I radioed back. En route to 247 Maple. My patrol car's GPS couldn't find the address. I pulled up the city database on my laptop. No 247 Maple Street listed. I called dispatch back. "Can you confirm that address?" Static crackled over the radio. Then dispatch's voice breaking up. "Affirmative. 247 Maple. Multiple calls. Strange sounds." I drove to where Maple Street should be. The street sign was missing. Houses lined both sides, normal suburban homes. Dark windows, no movement, no house numbers visible. My radio picked up interference. White noise mixed with fragments of voices. I tried to call dispatch again. More static. Then a voice. Not dispatch. Something else. "Officer Sullivan, help, inside." The voice knew my name. It wasn't dispatch. It wasn't anyone I recognized. But it came through my radio, which was set to the secure police frequency. A house appeared ahead. Dark brick, 2 stories, porch light on. The number 247 glowed on the mailbox. The houses on either side looked blurred, like unfocused photographs. I parked at the curb, called in my location. Static answered. I checked my body camera. The screen showed only visual snow. The porch steps creaked under my weight. Cold air surrounded the house despite the summer night. My breath fogged in front of my face. The door was slightly open. "Police, anyone here?" No response. I drew my flashlight and weapon. Standard procedure for investigating an unsecured building. The door swung open at my touch. The beam of my flashlight showed a normal entrance hall. Family photos on the walls. Coat rack. Side table with a bowl of keys. Recent mail scattered on the floor. I picked up an envelope. The address was clear. 247 Maple Street. But the postmark was from 1987. More static burst from my radio. The same voice. "Officer Sullivan, upstairs, hurry." I swept my light across the photos on the walls. They showed scenes from my own life, my police academy graduation, my wedding, my kids' birthdays. But I'd never lived in this house. The temperature dropped further. Frost formed on the walls. My flashlight beam weakened, barely penetrating the darkness ahead. A noise came from upstairs. Footsteps on carpet. My radio crackled again. "Please, running out of time." The stairs looked solid. Each step brought me closer to the second floor. The photos changed as I passed them. New scenes. Things that hadn't happened yet. My retirement ceremony. My grandchildren. My funeral. The upstairs hallway stretched longer than the house should allow. Doors lined both sides, each one closed, each one marked with numbers that made my eyes hurt. My radio wouldn't stop. Choose right door before it's too late. I tried the first door, locked. The second, also locked. The third opened into a brick wall. The fourth showed an empty police station. The fifth contained an endless staircase, spiraling down into darkness. My flashlight died. The darkness felt solid. My radio provided the only light, its display pulsing with each burst of static. More voices joined the first one, all calling my name, all begging for help. all coming from behind different doors. I recognized some of the voices. My partner who died in the line of duty 10 years ago. My father, gone for 20 years. My childhood friend who disappeared in 1985. The walls started breathing. The carpet rippled like water. The doors multiplied, stretching into infinity. Each one held a voice. Each one promised answers. I tried another door. It opened into my first apartment, exactly as it looked in 1995. The TV was on, playing news footage of my graduation from the academy. But the reporter was talking about my death. Another door revealed the inside of my patrol car. I could see myself sitting at the wheel, driving toward this house. The radio was trying to warn me away. The next door showed an empty hospital room. Cards on the bedside table wished me a speedy recovery. The date on them was next week. My actual radio went silent. Then a new voice spoke. My voice. Don't open the last door. Turn around. Run. I didn't run. I kept moving down the hallway. The doors kept changing, showing new scenes, different versions of my life, different deaths, different warnings. The final door waited at the end of the hall. No number, no markings, just plain wood and a simple brass handle. All the voices spoke at once. Please, help, choose, time, running, last chance. I opened the door. Inside was a small room, a desk, a radio, a single chair, the walls covered in screens showing every house on Maple Street, every version of 247, every officer who had ever answered this call. A figure sat at the desk. It wore my uniform. It had my face. It spoke with my voice. Sit down. Take the radio. Make the call. I understood then. I'd always been here. I'd always been the one calling. I'd always been the one answering. The chair waited. The radio crackled. Somewhere, a police officer was driving toward 247 Maple Street, responding to reports of strange noises. I sat down. I picked up the radio. I made the call. Officer Sullivan, help, inside. Transcript ends. Officer Sullivan's patrol car found abandoned on unmarked street. House number 247 does not exist in city records. Radio communications from that night show only static. Case remains open. The mirror showed my childhood bedroom. Not a reflection, the actual room from 1987, complete with my Star Wars posters and piles of Lego. I bought the mirror yesterday at a flea market for $20. The seller said it was just an old Victorian piece. He didn't mention it showed the past. I hung it in my living room last night. Normal mirror, ornate bronze frame, slightly tarnished. Nothing unusual. This morning, it showed something different. My old room, exactly as it was 35 years ago. I took pictures with my phone. The mirror showed up as an empty frame in the photos. I shot video, same result. Just a bronze frame hanging on my wall, reflecting nothing. The view in the mirror kept changing. Different moments from my past. My 10th birthday party. Christmas morning 1992. My high school graduation. All playing out like perfect video recordings, but three-dimensional and real. I measured the mirror. 4 feet high, 3 feet wide. The frame was cold to touch. Colder than the room temperature. My thermometer showed the mirror's surface at 45 degrees, while the room stayed at 72. I tried to record the temperature difference. My infrared camera showed nothing unusual. According to the instruments, the mirror was exactly room temperature, but my fingers felt the cold. At noon, the view changed again. Now it showed my college dorm room. I watched myself studying at my desk. The textbook titles were clear enough to read: Advanced Biology, Organic Chemistry. This was spring semester, 1995. I remembered that blue shirt I was wearing. I touched the mirror's surface. My finger went through. The glass felt like cold water. I pulled back quickly. A small ripple spread across the surface, distorting the image. I tried to document everything, set up 3 video cameras, started a detailed log of what I saw. The cameras recorded nothing unusual, just me, standing in front of an empty mirror frame talking to myself. The scenes kept shifting, faster now, different moments from my past. Some I remembered clearly, others I'd forgotten, all of them accurate in every detail. 2:15 p.m. The mirror showed my first apartment. I watched myself sleeping on the cheap futon. The calendar on the wall showed March 2000. A coffee cup sat on the windowsill, half full. I remembered that cup. It broke 2 days later. 2:45 p.m., my wedding day. The mirror showed the church dressing room. I was adjusting my tie, nervous, checking my watch repeatedly. The time in the reflection matched my memory. 11:47 a.m., June 15, 2003. 3:20 p.m., the hospital waiting room, night my daughter was born. I paced back and forth, exactly as I remembered. The clock on the wall showed 3:22 a.m. I checked my current watch, 3:22 p.m. 12 hours off, but the same minutes. I tried calling my wife at work, told her about the mirror. She thought I was joking, asked if I was feeling okay, said she'd be home early. 4 p.m. The mirror went dark, complete blackness. Then faces started appearing. People I knew, family, friends, all watching me through the glass. Their eyes followed my movements. I covered the mirror with a sheet. The fabric stayed in place for 3 seconds, then fell. No wind in the room. No one touched it. The faces kept watching. 4:30 p.m. The faces disappeared. New scenes appeared. Things I didn't remember. Places I'd never been. But I was there in the reflections, doing things I had no memory of. Me in a restaurant I didn't recognize, talking to people I'd never met. The date on a newspaper, tomorrow. Me at a funeral, my funeral. The date on the program, next month. The cold spread from the mirror. The room temperature dropped. My breath fogged in the air. Ice crystals formed on the frame. 5:00 p.m. The scenes started changing faster. Past and future mixed together. I watched myself age and grow young again, die and return to childhood, all in rapid sequence. I tried to film it again. 3 cameras, different angles, all showing nothing. The mirror reflected my living room normally in their footage, but I could see the other scenes clearly with my own eyes. A figure appeared in the mirror, looked exactly like me, but its movements were wrong. Too smooth, too precise. It turned and faced me directly. The other me spoke. Its lips moved, but the sound came from behind me. "We've been waiting." I spun around. Empty room. When I turned back, there were dozens of me in the mirror. Different ages, different clothes, all speaking together. "Join us." 5:30 p.m. I touched the mirror again. The surface gave way easily. Cold liquid glass flowed around my hand. The other versions of me reached out. Their hands passed through the surface on their side. I pulled back. My hand was numb. The skin looked older, wrinkled, then younger, smooth as a child's, then back to normal. The mirror's frame started growing, expanding across my wall. The bronze surface spread like liquid metal. The viewing area doubled in size. All the versions of me pressed against the glass, their faces distorted. Their voices grew louder. "Last chance, come through, see everything." 5:45 p.m. My wife called, said she was 5 minutes away, asked if I wanted her to pick up dinner. The mirror kept growing. The other me's kept calling. Their hands reached further through the surface. I backed away, tried to leave the room. The doorway showed in the mirror, but opened into different times, different places, countless possible exits. The frame touched the ceiling, spread across the floor. The cold metal reached for my feet. My wife's car pulled into the driveway. I heard her key in the lock. The mirror covered 3 walls now, thousands of reflections, thousands of possible lives. Time to choose, my reflection said. I heard the front door open. My wife called my name. I'm writing this quickly. The mirror's nearly complete, a perfect sphere of reflective bronze. Each panel shows a different time, a different choice. My wife's footsteps on the stairs. The other me's are still waiting, still reaching. The bronze is touching my feet. I can see every possible version of this moment. I have to choose N end of notebook entry. Room found empty. Bronze-framed mirror on wall, showing normal reflection. Missing person investigation ongoing. The rain hit hard and fast. I ducked into the first open door I saw. An old library. No sign outside. No hours posted. Just heavy wooden doors that opened at my touch. The entrance hall smelled of dust and old paper. Standard library setup. Circulation desk. Card catalog. Reading tables. But no librarian. No other patrons. Just rows of shelves stretching into shadows. I checked my phone. No signal. 7:43 p.m. The rain drummed against high windows, distorting the last gray light of evening. The first strange thing, a book laying open on the nearest table. The title page read, The Complete Life of James Morrison. My name, my birthday underneath. The text began with my earliest memory, exactly as I remembered it. I picked up the book. Real paper, real binding. I flipped through pages, every detail correct. My first day of school, my 10th birthday, the time I broke my arm skating, all there, exactly as it happened. The next book on the table, James Morrison, The Untold Story. Same events, but from other people's perspectives. My parents' thoughts, my friends' reactions, private conversations about me that I'd never heard. My hands shook. I closed both books, put them back, looked for an exit. The entrance doors had vanished. Just solid wall where they should have been. The shelves seemed to go on forever. I walked down the main aisle. More books caught my eye. All about me. Different titles, different perspectives, different versions of my life. The Choices of James Morrison. A book listing every decision I'd ever made and all the potential outcomes. The Dreams of James Morrison. Detailed accounts of every dream I'd ever had, even ones I'd forgotten. The Secrets of James Morrison. Things I'd never told anyone. Things I'd never written down. All recorded in perfect detail. I checked my phone again. Still 7:43 p.m. The screen flickered and died. The rain got louder. The windows showed only darkness now. The library lights hummed overhead, fluorescent tubes casting harsh shadows. I tried another direction. The shelves shifted. New aisles appeared. More books about me. Endless variations. Different languages. Different formats. All containing pieces of my life. James Morrison, the next chapter. Events that hadn't happened yet. I slammed it shut after reading the first page. The card catalog drew my attention. Every drawer labeled with my name. Different categories. Morrison, James, childhood memories. Morrison, James, failed relationships. Morrison, James, unspoken thoughts. Morrison, James, future possibilities. I pulled out a random card. The location numbers made no sense. Letters and symbols I didn't recognize. The description read, Morrison, James, final moments. The shelves kept changing. Every time I looked away, they rearranged themselves. New books appeared, old ones vanished. The aisles grew longer, wider, curved in impossible ways. I found a reading area, comfortable chairs, good lighting, more books spread out on tables, each one open to a different moment of my life. The book on the central table, The Current Situation of James Morrison. The text updated as I watched, describing my exact actions, my rising panic, my increasing heart rate. I ran. The shelves blurred past. Every book spine showed my name. Every volume contained another piece of me. The aisles twisted, the floor sloped, the ceiling disappeared into darkness. New section, The Alternate Lives of James Morrison. Thousands of books, each one a different path, choices I didn't make, roads not taken, lives I could have lived. The rain changed rhythm. Now it sounded like whispers. Pages rustled in the stacks. Books opened and closed by themselves. Words crawled across their pages like living things. I found stairs. Up led to more shelves. Down led to more shelves. Every level identical but different. Every book about me. Every shelf containing another fragment of my existence. The card catalog appeared again. Different drawers now. Morrison, James, Lost Opportunities. Morrison, James, Forgotten Memories. Morrison, James, Unspoken Fears. Morrison, James, Time Remaining. The lights flickered, the whispers got louder, books flew off shelves, pages fluttering, words floated in the air, forming sentences about my life. I found a librarian's desk. A logbook lay open. Every entry about me. James Morrison, first visit. James Morrison, returns. James Morrison, tries to leave. James Morrison, understands. James Morrison, stays. The last entry was writing itself. James Morrison, current status. More books fell. More words filled the air. The shelves moved faster, shifting like living things. The aisles became a maze. The lights pulsed in rhythm with my heartbeat. A single book remained on the desk. The True Nature of the Library. The pages were blank except for one sentence, repeating forever. Every library contains the universe. The whispers formed words now. My words. Every thought I'd ever had. Every word I'd ever spoken. Every secret I'd ever kept. The shelves pressed closer. The books opened themselves. My life poured out in rivers of text, past, present, and future mixing together. New books appeared faster than I could read their titles. James Morrison, The Last Page. James Morrison, The Final Chapter. James Morrison, The End. The rain stopped. The windows vanished. The walls became shelves. The shelves became walls. Everything was books. Everything was me. I found one last book. How to Exit the Library. Inside, a single line. The journey out is a journey in. The whispers are louder now. The books won't stop moving. The words won't stop flowing. I'm writing this in the margins of my own story. The pen is running out of ink. The library keeps growing. The shelves keep shifting. My life keeps repeating in endless variations. I can hear footsteps. Someone else has entered the library. They're looking for their own books, their own stories, their own endless shelves. End of text. Found scrawled in margins of damaged book. Library location unknown. Missing person report filed. I should have stayed on the highway. The GPS said there was a 30-minute delay ahead, so I took the next exit. A small road through farm country. No traffic. No stops. Should have been faster. But now I'm back in my house, and outside my front door is a village that shouldn't exist. It started normally enough. Left work at 5 p.m. Regular Friday traffic. Then the GPS alert. Accident ahead, 30-minute delay. A side road branched off to the right. Not on my usual route, but the GPS showed it reconnecting with the highway 10 miles ahead. I turned off. The road was well maintained, paved, no potholes. Fields stretched out on both sides, corn on the left, wheat on the right, normal farmland. The sun sat low on the horizon. My car's clock showed 5:47 p.m. The GPS estimated 20 minutes to rejoin the highway. The radio played classic rock. Everything seemed fine. First odd thing, the cornfields didn't move right. Driving at 50 mph, the stalks should have blurred past. Instead, they stayed too clear, like a video playing at the wrong speed. The radio started cutting out. Static between songs, then static between words, then just white noise with fragments of music. A small town appeared ahead, not on the GPS map, just a cluster of buildings around a crossroads. Old-fashioned buildings, wood and brick. No modern signs, no chain stores. The GPS recalculated. The screen showed my location in the middle of an empty field. No roads, no towns. But I was clearly driving on pavement through a town. I slowed down. People walked along wooden sidewalks. They wore outdated clothes, not historical costumes or uniforms, just clothes that looked about 50 years old. They all turned to watch my car pass. The town had no traffic lights, no stop signs, just four-way intersections with people and horses crossing freely. My car's engine seemed too loud. The people stopped and stared. A man stepped into the road. He wore a brown suit and hat, carried a briefcase. He smiled and waved for me to stop. His teeth looked wrong, too white, too perfect. I drove past him, checked my mirror. He still waved, but now faced the wrong direction, still smiling at my car, even though his back was turned. The radio spoke through the static. "Welcome to Millbrook, population variable." I didn't see a town limit sign. The buildings just ended, fields again, but different crops now. Plants I didn't recognize, too tall, wrong colors. The GPS screen went black. My phone had no signal. The car's clock still showed 5:47 p.m. Another town appeared. Same buildings, same people, same man in the brown suit waving. But now he stood on the other side of the street, still smiling, still waving. I drove faster. The engine whined. The speedometer showed 70 milomarov. The cornfields still didn't blur. The sun still sat on the horizon. The clock still showed 5:47 p.m. A third town, identical buildings, identical people, multiple men in brown suits all waving, all smiling with two perfect teeth. They lined the sidewalks now, all facing my car. I hit the gas. 80 mph. The engine screamed. The towns kept coming, closer together, the spaces between them shrinking, the men in brown suits multiplying. My fuel gauge dropped to empty, then jumped to full, then empty again. The temperature gauge spun in circles. All the dashboard lights flashed in sequence. The radio cleared for a moment. A voice spoke through the static. "Final stop approaching. All passengers must exit." The last town looked different. The buildings were modern. Normal stores, normal signs, normal people in normal clothes. My house stood at the end of the main street. I parked in my driveway. The car's clock showed 5:47 p.m. The sun still sat on the horizon. My house looked exactly right. My key worked in the lock. Inside, everything was normal. Furniture in place, pictures on walls, mail on the table. But the windows showed the wrong view. Outside every window, the old town, wooden sidewalks, men in brown suits, all standing still, all facing my house, all smiling. I tried to call my wife. The phone worked, but her voice sounded wrong, too clear, too precise. She asked me to pick up groceries from the store, said she'd be home late, didn't react when I tried to explain. The TV showed local news. The anchors wore old-fashioned clothes. Their faces kept changing between sentences. The weather report predicted continuing temporal displacement with scattered anachronisms. I'm writing this at my kitchen table. My house is exactly as I left it this morning, but the town outside isn't mine. The people aren't right. The sun hasn't moved. Someone's knocking at my door. Through the peephole, I see the man in the brown suit. His smile is wider now. His teeth gleam. More knocking. Different rhythms. Different doors. They're at every entrance now. My car won't start. The GPS shows my location as everywhere and nowhere. The knocking is getting louder. The men in brown suits stand at every window. Their smiles stretch too wide. Their teeth are too bright. My wife just pulled into the driveway, but I can see her also standing on the sidewalk, wearing clothes from another decade, smiling with two perfect teeth. The doors are opening. I didn't unlock them. They're coming inside. Their suits change color as they walk. Their faces shift between expressions. They want me to join them, become part of their town, their endless cycle of repeated moments. The sun still hasn't moved. The clock still shows 5:47 p.m. I should have stayed on the highway. Note found on kitchen table. House discovered empty. GPS records show no deviation from standard route. Time of disappearance listed as 5:47 p.m. The woods played tricks on me today. Not the usual tricks, shadows looking like bears or branches snapping in the wind. No, these were different tricks. These tricks left me questioning everything I know about these forests. And I've been cutting trees here for 23 years. I started my day like any other. The sun wasn't up yet when I shouldered my pack and checked my chainsaw's fuel. The morning air bit at my face, early autumn bringing that first real cold snap of the season. My boots crunched through the frost-covered leaves as I headed out to the new cutting zone. The trail to the site was simple. Everyone said so. 3 miles straight north, then a right turn at the big lightning-struck oak, and another mile east. I'd walked it 6 times this week already. The company had marked it clearly with those bright orange blazes every 50 yards or so. Hard to miss. I walked for what felt like 3 miles. My watch said 45 minutes had passed, about right for the distance. The lightning-struck oak should have been right there, but it wasn't. Just more trees, more trail, stretching ahead into the morning mist. My first thought was, I'd missed it somehow. Maybe the fog had gotten thicker without me noticing. I turned around, figuring I'd backtrack a 1/4 mile and look more carefully. That's when the first real warning bell went off in my head. My footprints in the frost. They weren't there. The frost lay undisturbed except for fresh prints leading forward. I felt the first spike of real unease then, the kind that makes your stomach tighten and your mouth go dry. I pulled out my phone. No signal, normal for these parts. But the compass app still worked. According to it, I was heading south. That wasn't possible. The sun was on my right, which meant I was heading north. Unless, I checked my watch again, 8:47 a.m. The sun should have been on my left if I was heading north. I was going the wrong way, had been for who knows how long. I turned around, following my own fresh prints back the way I'd come. 10 minutes later, I stopped dead in my tracks. The prints I was following merged with another set. Identical boots, identical pattern, but that was impossible. I was the only one out here today. I knew that for a fact. The other crew was working the South Ridge, 5 miles away. My heart started hammering then. Real fear, not just unease. The forest felt different. The familiar background noise, birds, wind in the branches, distant woodpeckers. It was all gone. The air had gotten thick, like right before a summer storm, but worse. It pressed against my skin, made it hard to breathe. I picked up my pace. The trail seemed to stretch longer with each step. The trees crowded closer. Their branches reached lower, forcing me to duck and weave. The morning light didn't reach the forest floor anymore, though my watch now said 9:30 a.m. More footprints appeared, all mine, all fresh, coming from different directions, crossing over each other. I was walking in circles, but that wasn't possible. I'd kept to the trail, the straight, marked trail that everyone said was impossible to get lost on. My watch read 10:15 a.m. when I first heard it, the sound of a chainsaw in the distance. Relief flooded through me. Other workers meant safety, meant directions, meant an end to whatever this was. I moved faster, following the sound. The noise led me to a clearing, my camp, the one I'd left 4 hours ago. The small fire I'd built to warm my hands before starting out was still burning. That wasn't possible. It should have been cold ashes by now. My pack sat propped against a log, but I was wearing my pack. I could feel its weight on my shoulders. I shrugged it off. It hit the ground with a thud, identical to the one by the log, down to the duct tape patch on the left strap. The sound of the chainsaw was coming from behind the tent now. I walked around it slowly, each step feeling like moving through mud. There was no one there, just my old logbook, open on the ground. The pages fluttered in a wind I couldn't feel. I picked it up. The last entry was in my handwriting, today's date, but I hadn't written in it yet. I always did my logs at the end of the day. The entry described everything that had just happened to me, and more. It kept going, detailed everything I was about to do, laid out in neat rows of my own handwriting. According to the log, I would next try to radio for help. The radio would only produce static. Then I'd attempt to use my phone's GPS, but the app would show me in a different forest entirely, hundreds of miles away. I'd start walking again, following the trail markers, only to end up back at camp 3 more times. My hands shook as I read further. The entry ended mid-sentence. The trees are moving closer. They're not trees anymore. I slammed the book shut. Sweat ran down my back despite the cold. The fire still burned, steady and unchanging. The shadows it cast didn't match the angle of the sun. They moved on their own, reaching across the clearing like fingers. My watch read 10:15 a.m. Still. The second hand wasn't moving. I pressed the crown, shook it, pressed the light button. Nothing. The display showed 10:15 a.m., but the actual time, I had no way to know anymore. The trail leading out of camp had changed. The orange blazes were black now, dripping down the tree bark like fresh paint, or blood. The forest beyond the clearing had grown denser. Branches intertwined overhead, blocking most of the light. The gaps between trees had shrunk. The path itself seemed narrower. I had 2 choices: stay in the clearing with the impossible fire and the logbook that knew too much, or try the trail again. The book said I'd choose the trail. The book said I'd end up back here. The book wasn't finished. I shouldered my pack. Both packs were gone now, though I hadn't touched the second one, and stepped onto the trail. The ground felt softer, unnatural. My boots sank slightly with each step. The air had gotten thicker still, like breathing through a wet cloth. The forest changed as I walked. The trees weren't just closer, they were different, taller, older. Their bark had gone dark, almost black. No branches now until far overhead, where they tangled together into a solid canopy. No undergrowth either, just bare, black earth that seemed to swallow my footsteps. I walked for hours, or minutes. Time had stopped making sense, My watch still read 10:15 a.m. The light never changed. The trail never turned or curved, but somehow I wasn't walking straight. I could feel it. Each step took me sideways somehow, into somewhere else. The sound started so gradually I didn't notice at first. A low hum, just at the edge of hearing. It grew louder as I walked, became a vibration I could feel in my teeth. The trees thrummed with it. The air shimmered. I saw the clearing ahead, my clearing, again, but wrong this time. The fire was blue now, casting no light but still moving, still burning. The tent had collapsed. The logbook lay open, its pages black. New writing covered those pages, my writing, still describing everything, right up to this moment. But it didn't stop there. It kept going. I read ahead, saw what was coming, saw what the trees really were, saw why the trail never ended, saw what waited at the end that wasn't an end. I'm writing this now, adding to the log. The words appear on their own as I think them. The fire burns blue. The trees are moving closer. They're not trees anymore. The log ends there. Always ends there. I've read it 100 times now. I've walked the trail 100 times. The clearing is smaller each time I return. The fire burns colder. The trees come closer. My watch reads 10:15 a.m. It will always read 10:15 a.m. The trail waits. Soon I'll walk it again. I have to. The space between the trees is almost gone now. The fire is almost out. I know what the trees are. I know why the trail never ends. I know what waits. But I can't write it, can't say it, can't even think it clearly. It's there in the log, in those last unfinished words, in the space after the dash. Someone will find this log someday. Another worker maybe, following another simple trail. They'll read about my walks, about the clearing that shrinks, about the fire that burns blue and cold, about what the trees become, and then they'll walk the trail themselves. They'll have to, just like I do, just like I'm about to do again, because the trees are too close now, because the fire is almost out, because the trail never ends, but it's better than seeing what happens when the clearing finally closes completely. My watch reads 10:15 a.m. The trail waits. The log knows what comes next. Time to walk again.